Mr. Dias, will you read the statement, please?
Yes, sir. Pursuant to Executive Order number 20-69 issued by the Office of Governor Ron DeSantis on March 20th, 2020, municipalities may conduct meetings of their governing boards without having a quorum of its members present physically or at any specific location, and utilizing communication media technologies such as telephonic or video conferencing, as provided by Florida Statute 120.54. Procedures for public comment by device. If you wish to speak during public comment times, click raise hand at the bottom of the window during the item you wish to speak on. Your microphone will be unmuted when you are called to speak. Your microphone will be deactivated once your comment time is complete or expired. If you're attending by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. You will be called by the partially displayed phone number, so please listen for that number. It will be the last 3 digits of the number. The host will unmute and remute you once your speaking time is expired. Please state your name and address clearly prior to commenting. Commission members are asked when the roll is called to indicate whether you're appearing in person or remotely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dias. Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Meyer.
Here, in
Vice
person.
Mayor. Thank you. Vice Mayor Clark.
Eula Clark here in person.
Commissioner Bruner.
Here in person.
Commissioner Matheson.
Here in person.
I'll ask you all to please stand with me. Before we say the pledge, I'd like to take a moment of silence for the tragic deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and too many countless others to name. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today we have a proclamation that will be accepted by Ms. Donna Berger, Chairwoman of the Garden Club of Stuart. Mr. Mortel, do you have a copy of the proclamation?
I have a digital copy, but I don't have the...
I'll read it into the record,
Okay.
being as I'm the resident garden guy. This is a proclamation declaring Garden Week in the city of Stuart and for June 17th through 13th, 2020. Whereas gardeners have a passion for nurturing the beauty and resources of the earth through the planting of seeds, the care of all plants, and the riches of their efforts. And whereas gardeners work to preserve our country's traditional spirit of independence and initiative through innovation and hard work. And whereas gardening enables members of garden clubs across the nation and the world to make a world of difference in the communities where they reside and work. Now, therefore, in an effort to organize, acknowledge the importance of gardening and the numerous contribution of gardeners and garden clubs, I, Michael J. Meyer, Mayor of the City of Stuart, hereby proclaim June 7th through 13th, 2020 as Garden Week. Ms. Berger?
Good evening. Thank you very much for that on behalf of the Garden Club of Stuart and our president, Deborah Reeves. We are going to be having, we are kind of busy getting ready for a garden tour in March, on March 20th. Here in the city of Stuart. So we're busy with that, but I would like to present this orchid to you for National Garden Week, which is going on all this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Berger. Here, if you'll come, we can give you the proclamation and maybe have a photo.
Jim.
Jim is actually at the Flagler Center.
Oh, he's at the Flagler Center.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. are you? I can't accept yes. Next, we have a presentation. Last meeting, I asked that our colleagues over at the Florida Department of Health in Martin County give us a regular update on the status of the coronavirus and COVID-19. And we have an update from Ms. Batani Wagner or
Yes, hi.
Rouse? Hello.
Yes, hi. This is Carol Amatani, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present you with an update on our COVID-19 situation here in Martin County. So currently, our case count from the Department of Health dashboard, in Martin County, there are 917 positive cases with, unfortunately, 13 deaths. 42% of the cases are from Indiantown, and 37% of the cases are from the Stuart zip codes of 34994 and 34997. The positivity rate is 8.3%, which is above the state average, but in the target range, less than 10%. Testing, the expanded outreach testing that we provided in May, in collaboration with many of our partners, was very successful. And currently, COVID-19 testing is being provided by many groups at this time, including the Cleveland Clinic, Martin Health, Florida Community Health Centers, St. Lucie County Emergency Operations, the West Palm Beach Healthcare District, long-term care facilities, private providers, and many other agencies. Expectations are, with the number of testing opportunities available, we can expect to see a rise in cases because, as you know, the more you test, the more we're going to find. And in addition, people have come out of isolation and they are now circulating more. So the more that the public circulates, and without those protective measures, means, a higher risk for transmission, which is why it's essential that people continue to protect themselves and their loved ones by using those prevention measures that you've heard us mention since the very beginning, the cloth face coverings, the practicing social distancing, good hand washing, staying home when you're sick, and all of those other prevention methods that we've talked about over and over. Our focus at the Department of Health is continuing to do case investigation and contact tracing. So this is our focus and our main mission. Our main mission is to stop the spread of the disease, and we do that through our case investigation, which is essential to stopping the spread because it provides our team with the opportunity to talk one-on-one with the cases and their contacts, and then provide specific instructions on what people should be doing to prevent further transmission. Moving forward, we plan on doing some additional testing in Indiantown and Golden Gate, and the dates for Indiantown are June 12th in the Indianwood community, June 13th at the Indiantown Civic Center, June 20th at the Boys and Girls Club, and we have a Golden Gate date that we just need to firm up, but we plan to doing some testing there as well. Also, Florida Community Health Centers is planning an outreach testing at the NAACP location in Stuart on Saturday, June 20th, and that will start at 10 a.m. And our DOH Martin staff will also be present to support the event and provide any educational outreach that's needed. And of course, masks. Businesses, as we talk about our businesses, to support our business community, as things continue to, open up, we recently created a fact sheet for the businesses with best practices from the CDC. The information is online on our website. We have shared it with the local chamber as well. And thank you all for the opportunity to produce a video about this endeavor. over there at the city office to help promote this resource, and we really appreciate that. So thank you so much for that opportunity. I also want to thank the City of Stuart personally for as a team, for their continued support by working to help educate the community about prevention, including the recent outreach at the Holiday Mobile Park. And we ask that you continue to share those prevention messages by all your available means. It is really essential that people protect themselves and protect those who are the most vulnerable, such as the elderly and those with chronic health conditions. So I realize that, we've covered a lot of information just now, but does anyone have any additional questions or comments?
Thank you, Ms. Vitani. Our Vice Mayor Eula Clark does.
I just say thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome, and thank you again for all that you've been doing to help support this prevention initiative.
It's Commissioner Matheson. I had one quick question. If you could enlighten us on the hospital bed capacity currently.
That's really a question for Cleveland. Yeah, that really would be Cleveland Clinic. I haven't had the opportunity to speak with them today.
Okay.
So I would have to get back with you on
Under
that
the
one.
guidelines.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I know that's one of the conditions under the CDC guidelines
Oh, yeah.
for opening up, and they used to provide that information, and the information has kind of changed over time. But that was just my interest. If maybe that.
I could certainly follow up with you on that. Not a problem. I'll reach out to Cleveland Clinic and touch base with them. Usually we do speak with them on a daily basis, but today we had different agendas going on.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Commissioner?
I believe that's all.
Just to jump in, I'm curious about the trends, especially with the hospital availability rate. I noticed on the latest dashboard I saw shared by the Martin County Board of County Commissioners that hospital availability was somewhere in the 50s. I think it was either 52 or 58, which is a change from where we were before. So that's something, I thank you for bringing that up, something to keep in mind. And Ms. Vitani, just to confirm for our attendees and those who are Zooming in as well, for these testing events in Indiantown as well as Golden Gate, these are open to all people, regardless of whether they live in those communities or not, correct?
Well, we're doing, yes, I mean, we're doing walk-up only for these events. So we'll be pretty localized in those communities. But of course, we never deny anyone.
Well, we thank you for working and supporting the NAACP's effort with FCH to organize more testing in East Stuart. And I encourage you, and I know we've spoken, and I hope we can encourage more testing, perhaps another wave of testing like we had a few weeks ago to keep that monitoring going here in the city of Stuart and more broadly in Martin County. So thank you so much for what you do.
Well, thank you all. We appreciate you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation on our hurricane preparedness. I've asked our government affairs coordinator, Ms. Kate Kottner, to give us an update on FPL. If she may.
Tell me when to switch.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Ms. Kottner. Thank you for coming today.
Of course, my pleasure being here. And since I'm far away, I'm going to take this off. That's okay with you guys. All right. Just so you can hear me clearly. So again, for the record, Kate Kottner, I'm the Senior External Affairs Advisor with Florida Power and Light. I'm here today to give an update about the 2020 hurricane season that's approaching, or actually June 1st, it has approached us, it's here, as well as a little bit of a COVID update. So next slide, please.
Can we turn off the lights, if possible? Oh, thanks.
Okay. So just a little bit of background. I know many of the commissioners know about Florida Power and Light, but for the public here, we are the largest of 54 energy companies in the state. We have approximately 5 million customer accounts, which equates to about 10 million customers. And we take this responsibility for the state of Florida very, very seriously. Our typical 1,000 kilowatt bill for a resident is on average about 30% lower than the national average. We're also a leader in the solar industry, and that's something that we have been committed to. We have a 30 by 30 program that we have committed to do 30 million additional solar panels by the year 2030. So when this is done, the state of Florida will be a world leader in solar. Next slide, please. And thank you. So over the past few months, you know, the COVID-19 pandemic has really shown us that you can never be too prepared. And I think the city has done an excellent job in responding, so we appreciate our partnership. FPL had a pandemic plan, and we also have had a hurricane plan in place for many years. So our commitment to our customer, however, it goes well beyond just keeping the lights on. And I know it's small here, but this really just highlights the company has given millions of dollars to frontline agencies to get it to the people that need it the most. We've also we've worked with the Public Service Commission to get a rate reduction for the month of May. We've also suspended disconnections through the end of June, and we continue to work with our customers just in case they still are having problems. Can you hear me okay? Yep. Yeah. If they're having problems paying their bills, we'll continue to work with our customers to make sure they're on a payment plan as we move forward. Next slide, please. So here we are. We are in hurricane season, and it's really important that everyone understands Florida Power and Light is prepared for hurricane season. It's more important now than ever that every customer is also prepared, that they have a plan. We saw what happened within COVID, where you had the supply shortages. We're really encouraging everyone to be prepared for being in your house and potentially for extended outages. And let me tell you why. Because of all the extra layers that we have to go through for safety, we're no longer going to have maybe 10,000 people of our restoration team in one place. We have to do little micro sites for restoration. So we have done a lot of we've invested a lot into our grid, which I'll get to in a minute, but we want to make sure that our customers are prepared for extended outages if we get hit with a major hurricane. So you can just see in the last several years, we have had our fair share of hurricanes and scares. Next slide, please. So Florida Power and Light every day drills for hurricanes. I probably have 3 meetings a week that have to do with just training to make sure that we're prepared to hit the ground running. It's a very militaristic establishment internally. So again, we do year-round planning and training. We prepare for these storms. We want to make sure that we get the power restored to everyone safely and quickly, because we understand that businesses are impacted by it and residents. Next slide. So we have a corporate dry run coming up on June 22nd through 26th. Normally we invite our elected officials. This year, because of safety reasons, we will not be doing that. But again, it's a full-on run. I get alerts on my phone at the middle of the night. We have a category 3. What are we going to do? And we just prepare so that when that time comes, we can make sure that we can work with our partners like the City of Stuart, as well as just provide the best service to our customers. Next slide. So we have multiple channels and methods to communicate to our customers. We have apps. We also have social media. This is something that, because of the COVID-19 age that we're living in, this digital age, we really encourage everyone to download the app onto your phone. You can find it at fpl.com. It's available in the App Store and in Google Play. This will allow you to see, if you do have an outage, it can actually tell you what's going on, how long is the estimate before your power comes back on. It also allows you to report to us if you have a down line. It's really, really important, because we don't know automatically, because there's so much happening at the same time. You can report it yourself, and you can stay safely in your house, that you see sparks or whatever else, whatever the emergency is. So it's really important that everyone take advantage of these technical opportunities that we have. Next slide, please. Another thing that maybe not everyone realizes that we have annual meetings within the Emergency Operations Center. We work with the counties to basically identify what's going to be kind of top of the list, like your hospitals and your jails and your police force, so that they have the power first. And then from that point on, again, kind of important that we go with what's highest on our ranking. So, and the ranking is by what gets to the most people. So you have distribution lines, you have transmission lines, you have lateral lines. When we put the power back on, we start with what's going to get the power to the most people, and then we go down from there. So it's really, we have it again, it's a very militaristic style that we use, but it definitely gets the restoration up and running. Next slide, please. So going back to our investments, since 2006, we've invested $5 billion with a B into our grid to make it stronger. We've hardened the poles. A lot of the poles you'll see around town are now concrete instead of wooden. We have pole inspections. We have a vegetation management system now where we actually go around, it's happening at this very moment. If you see a tree that it's already impacting lines or may impact lines in the future, call it in, because we'll come out and we'll trim it. A lot of times when you have outages during a storm, it's because of vegetation. We've also converted a lot of overhead to underground in certain areas that are just problematic. So next slide, please. We're also using technology. So Florida Power and Light we're obviously an energy company, but we like to say that we're a technology company that provides energy. We have engineers that are coming up with top of the line equipment to help us. So we've deployed over 5 million smart meters. These detect issues before they actually happen. We also have installed over 120,000 intelligent devices. My favorite is the drones. We have drones with thermal imaging, so it'll actually fly over some of the lines and it will detect, again, those issues before they happen. So it's really exciting and it's cutting edge, and again, it's to make sure that we can keep the power on for our customers. Next slide, please. So we've learned a lot of lessons. Every storm is different and unique, and it's almost like we have a personal relationship with them internally. And so the lessons we learned from Hurricane Irma, which impacted 60% of the state, is that we've enhanced the information to our customers. We're promoting the right tree at the right place program. Again, that goes back to that vegetation issue that I talked about. We're building on proven hardening investments. We have not only more like the concrete poles, but we've also put them in strategic locations. So we've actually moved some of them. And we have our Storm Secure Underground program. So it's a pilot program that, again, when we have these areas that just can't be fixed with concrete poles, then we go ahead and underground the system. We did one recently over near Skyline Drive in Jensen Beach. Again, no cost to the customers, but because it's always a problem area, we knew we had to address it. Next slide, please. Hurricane Dorian, again, personal relationship with this one. As I'm sure we all have, but just still some traumatic stress from it. It threatened FPL's territory, but it didn't make landfall. We learned a lot from that. We have a storm rider plan where we have the Alpha and Bravo, where we are constantly there to assess the situation and to respond to our customers' needs. We also had some staging site challenges because of the uncertain forecast, but what's really important to know that many people don't is that we have a mutual assistance program. So we as a utility company have an agreement with other utility companies across the country that when we have a problem, they come in to help us, and vice versa. Our team actually helped the fires in California. We helped Hurricane Barry when it hit Louisiana, tornadoes in Texas. So that's how we're able to call upon our neighbors and our friends and have that small army. With Dorian, we had 17,000 people ready to restore if that hurricane hit us. Next slide, please. So the restoration process is going to be a challenge because of the pandemic. And again, everyone just kind of needs to know that Florida Power and Light, we're taking this very seriously. We're doing little micro sites. We're maximizing the use of our workers from the remote site so that we constantly will have that connectivity. If we lose power in one area, we'll have a team set up in another area. We're going to have checkpoints for temperature testing, just like you guys. But again, we have a plan, we're prepared, and that's something that I just want to reassure everyone. But again, stress, please have a plan for yourself. Next slide, please. All right, that's the end of my presentation, but I would be happy to take any questions if you had some.
Ms. Kotner, thank you for coming and presenting. And just to clarify, put a finer point on it, it's critical this year more than ever because of the challenges of the pandemic, limiting your FPL's ability to amass the kind of armies of support from neighboring states and areas, that our citizens have to be prepared as much as they can be.
As much as they can be.
Right.
We are hoping to be able to call in our neighbors. We don't anticipate that's going to be an issue, but it could be. It's a challenge. And we also need to make sure that our people are safe, our workers. So again, those little microsites, it's going to just be an added challenge. We have to make sure we take temperatures and have PPE. So everyone, all our customers should have a plan, should have backup with food. If you can have a generator, it's important to have one because we all need to be safe.
Just want to make sure we're real with our
Yes,
citizens. That
exactly. We're setting
So,
expectations.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Ms. Gardner, what is FPL's, you mentioned about the bills. Do you have a specific thing that a policy that you've advertised or anything to hold back 2 months or months or a certain percentage so that, how is that working so
Sure.
far?
So throughout the entire pandemic, through the state of emergency, we have suspended disconnections. And so we're committed to doing that through the end of June. If the state of emergency, we're just seeing kind of how the governor is, if he's going to extend that or not. But what's important is that at fpl.com/help, we have payment plans, and we have more payment plans than we know what to do with. So please, I encourage anyone who's having problems or challenges with paying their bill, please call me, go to fpl.com/help. We'll get you on the right plan. We assist our customers with these issues all the time, and we won't stop.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kotner.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So the message is be prepared, and then talk about our preparation. Captain Hurtado, if you'd.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Appreciate you taking the time. I'll be brief. The two presentations were great, and be prepared is the key, but I'll briefly discuss our preparedness for the city and then talk about some sheltering updates. And I apologize, my glasses keep fogging up every time I speak, so sorry. So as far as, next slide, please. As far as the COVID-19 update, Department of Health did a very thorough job on that. The only thing I wanted to touch on, and I try to keep up with as the stuff comes out, is my main focus is making sure that all the city staff have the proper PPE they need, and we're able to get a good supply of that. We just put in a request today for more gowns and N95 masks for fire rescue so that we can keep them stocked, because obviously they're still running medical calls and they're very close to patients, so they need that stuff to keep going as the COVID-19 situation unfolds. I tried to narrow down the addresses, and I did that today. So if there was an update before I came or after I got here, I found 40 cases within the city, and like Department of Health said, is when they say Stuart on that daily snapshot, I know people see that and it looks like we have 300, 400 cases because it just says Stuart. They encompass a couple of different area codes and zip codes, and so I tried to take specific city addresses, and I came up with 40 cases in the city specifically. I'll double check that tomorrow, and I know Department of Health is working. I spoke to them today about narrowing just the city zip code down so we can get you a specific number for Stuart only, because I know that encompasses all the unincorporated city areas also. So when it says Stuart.
So we don't have a false sense of security, let's just say at least 40
At
cases.
least 40, right,
Okay.
yes, definitely at least, not definitively so. But that's the 40 cases. Next slide.
And Captain, just as far as PPE, do you feel like you are going to be able to receive the kind of the amounts of PPE that you need? Is there anything we can do to help, or?
At this time, I believe we're covered. Like I said, I got the request today for fire rescue, and what we're trying to do is project ahead. And so they're not out now. The outage date is, say, June 30th. That's not exactly what it is, but we're trying to get them prepared to carry on after June 30th and from there. So for right now, I believe we're at a good spot with our PPE, and if anything comes up, obviously I'll bring it directly to the city manager's attention. As far as this season goes, here's the outlook if you haven't seen it, but the update the other day came out and they are leaning more towards the 19 named storms on the higher end, so 13 to 19. And with the pie graph there, they are expecting a 60% chance of an above normal hurricane season, which obviously with the 3 named storms we've already had, it seems that way, right? 6 to 10 hurricanes and 3 to 6 major hurricanes. And those are the predictions. It does not necessarily mean that they're going to make landfall, and doesn't mean they're going to make landfall in the city of Stuart or in the state of Florida. So that's just the prediction that the forecasters put out, and that's from NOAA, and I did verify it as of yesterday, and that's the most current update. But with the 3 named storms already, they're leaning towards the 19, towards the higher end of named storms. So, next slide, please. So the goals on my end for emergency management for the city of Stuart is to be prepared year round. Like the lady from FPL mentioned, is this year was unexpected, and obviously so we're adjusting our plans to the current events, whatever they may be. So coronavirus, hurricane, the wind, the flooding this weekend, a lot of rainfall that we had, constantly being prepared and adjusting our plans. Our goal is to return the city to fully functional capacity as soon as possible. That's always our goal. Our goal also is to keep the employees notified, public information, put it out there as much as possible, press releases. Social media is obviously a big one, and we try to push that out as much as we can. Next slide. Unified command. So with coronavirus, we've been meeting sometimes daily and weekly. So for hurricane specific season, unified command would encompass all countywide staff, and we would meet on a regularly scheduled basis to make any plans countywide, so that we're all working in concert together and not working against each other and all on the same page as we prepare to respond. So we did that for coronavirus. We do that during the hurricane seasons, and anything else that comes up that's emergency management related or affecting the city and the county together. The big issue this year, which we've spoke a couple times about, is sheltering. With the coronavirus, with not being able to pack a bunch of people in together, it obviously throws a wrench into the sheltering process. So this is just a highlight which comes out every year, but it's more important now is to know ahead of time, and she touched on it earlier, is be prepared, know where you're going if you have to evacuate. The goal is to stay closer than having to travel further. If you can go tens of miles instead of hundreds of miles, it's better for you to not be on the road and not cause that traffic jam or not be involved in that traffic jam. And the interesting point to point out this year, especially because we'll talk about the square footage changes and the changes in the cleaning procedures due to coronavirus, is that the shelter is not a lifeboat, which people come, they may have higher expectations. It's designed, it's the lifeboat, it's not a cruise ship. And so it's not going to have the amenities that some people may think, and especially, like I said, this year and potentially moving forward. But with the space differences and staffing levels that we're going to have, it's not going to be maybe as luxurious as people may expect. So it's designed to get you through the storm. So here's the protocol changes that we've been working on with the county, is temperature checks and screening when entering the facility. And obviously, since we won't be turning anybody away, since it's a hurricane shelter, we're identifying isolation rooms where we can put patients who maybe have a temperature, or they show symptoms, or believe that they either are or they may be infected. We'll have isolation rooms with staff in there so that they can be isolated from other people. We don't want to commingle them together. Increased sanitation measures. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of cleaning supplies. We'll have staff on hand to clean on a regular basis. And I'd say recommending face masks for all residents in the shelter, because obviously requiring that is difficult to enforce, especially when you have young kids. So I believe it will go the recommendation. It will be a recommendation that we wear face masks in the shelter. And obviously PPE for staff would be probably required to have the mask on at all times. And like I said, the details of that are still being finalized, but this is where everything's leaning towards. And then potential food service changes. Obviously that creates another obstacle there, because you don't want to do any buffet style food or bring a bunch of people into the cafeteria. So those are going to be some changes there, where they may serve individual meals, box lunches, or in the rooms, wherever they decide to house the residents that come to the shelter. Next slide, please. So here's an example of the changes. So for risk sheltering, traditionally the state says you need 15 to 20 square feet per person, which is small, right? We talked about that. It's a lifeboat, not a cruise ship, so you don't have a lot of space. Everybody's packed in tight. We can't do that this year. What we're trying to work on is a new guideline of 45 to 60 square feet, which still doesn't sound like a lot, but obviously if we go to 60 square feet, that's triple what it was before. So the issue there is we're gonna need increased spacing, obviously reduce amenities, smaller capacity per shelter, and then require more staff, because we talked about the enhanced cleaning, the food service, potential isolation rooms, things that we don't have to normally do when there's not a pandemic out there. So if the 45 to 60 square foot sticks, that changes the capacity of the shelters by almost half at some of the ones that I've seen. And so the issue there is more shelters may have to be open. Traditionally, there's a certain number of shelters identified as primary and then secondary that will open if there's an overflow, depending on if we're impacted by anything, and hopefully we're not. They'll have to decide how many shelters need to be open to handle the capacity, which obviously will be a lot more than in the past. The shelters in the city are Jensen Beach High School and J.D. Parker, and I've been working with the county, and I spoke to the city manager about this, and due to the minimized capacity, increased staffing, we've been in discussions about possibly staffing J.D. Parker with city staff members, because obviously countywide there's going to be an increase in staff needed. So that's something I believe that Mr. Dye, you're going to talk to the,
Yep.
Okay. He's going to speak with you guys about and go from there. But that's one of the things we talked about was helping out the county with staffing that shelter only for this year, obviously to help with the coronavirus, with the staffing shortages and needs. Next slide. For our city internal EOC, obviously we operate that. If there's a storm impending, we would be under 24-hour operation. Once we activate 24-hour operation, we run 2 shifts, Alpha Bravo, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So we run that 24 hours because you never know when the worst part of the storm is going to hit. We have backup radio systems in place for public service to be able to communicate. And during Dorian, we used WebEOC for the first time, and it was amazing. It really helped coordinate all the county assets and everything. We could see all the resource requests, everything that's needed countywide, and we can get our requests directly in to the county and to the state. And we use WebEOC for the coronavirus, the COVID pandemic right now. And it's really nice to be able to put that request in. You see the tracking on it, if it goes to the state, if the county can fill it, or if we have to fill it in some other means, but it's been very helpful. And we do have that access in the city EOC. Next slide, please. Evacuation, search and rescue. So pre-storm, post-storm, obviously, if any evacuation orders are given, we would assist with even going door to door to notify people in those areas as if need be. And then post-storm, we do have search and rescue teams that are prepared to go out and search through the rubble and any debris out there to find people who may need our assistance. So those are all preset ahead of time. Everything is prepared and ready to go in the event that we are impacted or there's a potential impact. Next slide. Public safety response. So police, fire, dispatch, and public works personnel are all pre-staged before the storm hits. They're here ready to respond in the event there's an emergency during the storm, and then also so they can immediately respond after the winds die down, because that's the concern, is that if there's damage and we can't get our medical staff and public works staff into the city to help start recovering, that's why we stage them here ahead of time so that they can respond during the storm, and then immediately after we can get right back to work. Next slide, please. Damage assessment begins the next day right away. Those assets are pre-staged also. Debris management, public works handles that. We do have contractors in place that are prepared, and they are notified ahead of time, and they will pre-stage and be ready to be here as quickly as possible also. So that's all pre-set up. Contracts are done ahead of time, and public works handles that. Next slide. Planning and continuity. So our plans are continuously updated, as we talked about, year round. They're updated, changed, and amended. Our facilities are prepared. We have backup facilities, we have backup EOC. We have those plans in place, contracts in place, ready to go in case anything is damaged and is unusable after a storm. Succession planning is done on a continuous basis. Training was interrupted this year. The state hurricane exercise was supposed to be in May, and they canceled it due to the COVID. So that was in the plans. The plan is to train. Unfortunately, we can't get everybody packed into the EOC yet, so we're waiting until we can get there to do that. So, and now here we are in hurricane season, right? We have cooperative agreements in place to help out as needed, and obviously mitigation continues year round to hopefully find those trouble areas and mitigate that before it becomes an issue. Sorry, that was very brief. I know you had 2 presentations before, so I don't want to take up your whole night with emergency management stuff, but any questions that I could answer?
Can I
Vice Mayor, yes.
the latest flooding that we have, did you have any extra work from your emergency perspective? Did that,
We had a little bit, yes. I believe Dave Peters could probably talk about on the public works side. I believe they had to pump some areas and help out there. And we responded to a few vehicles that were trapped from the police side. And no, fire rescue had some calls as far as that goes. So we did see a little bit of that.
because it was such a short duration, you didn't really implement your big
Correct.
coordination based on EOC?
Correct, exactly. And I did attend a couple of the flooding meetings at the county EOC that they held. They had a lot more flooding than we did, and so we didn't have the need within the city to specifically activate anything on that end. So it was able to be handled on a day-to-day basis, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Commissioner?
Mr. Hurtado, is our EOC going to be staffed the same as it would in other years, or are you going to have to reduce that just to space out for COVID?
Good question. What we did last year in order to streamline the EOC is we cut down on the number of staff that were considered mission critical to be in there. So at the number that we're at right now as of last year, we have enough square footage in the EOC to space everybody 6 feet apart, everybody who needs to be in there, because we run the Alpha Bravo shift. So
Yeah.
the staff will be there during the day, and night we'll do a cleaning session in between, but we do have enough space to house the number of people that we need in there this year. So it's not going to be affected. We were able to cut down last year and go only mission critical and be able to do it. So we'll be fine this year.
So it'll be the same numbers and it's the
Yes.
same just public safety complex.
Yes, sir.
As far as COVID goes, I'm still getting a lot of reports from residents that, certain businesses are 100% in compliance, it seems, and others are not. We still have special task forces going around doing their best to properly educate the businesses on that, as far as, we're in phase 2 now and proper social distancing and stuff like that.
Yes. As we get calls, we do have a team of people who are reviewing the executive orders as they come in and answering any questions that come up. And we do go out if we get a call, and we're mostly working off of an education and compliance. The component is if they appear to be in violation when we get there, we ask them to come into compliance and educate them on the executive order. And most people, especially once we explain it to them and they understand where we're coming from, they come into compliance, and we haven't had any issues that extend out, usually, in my opinion, or what I've seen, past initial contact.
Okay.
I would like to say that I think it's this week, staff's going to be trained on a new app that our GIS analyst has created for damage assessment reporting, both internally and externally. So there's a crowdsourcing piece of that where citizens will be able to input information, and it'll pop up on our map in the EOC as far as when there's down power lines, trees, that kind of thing.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, it's amazing, and our goal is to get those numbers compiled as quickly as possible into the county so we can get any declaration or assist in getting any declaration that we may be getting for public assistance.
Again, what you said, Mayor, we need to stress that the residents have their own plans, and prepare, as far down as just your personal home level with your own family. So especially this year with shelters and capacity at shelters being ever more important than regular.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you very much.
The report.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to comments by our city commission. Commissioner Bruner. Microphone.
I wanted to say, I wanted to thank our manager for moving the green market to Flagler. I walked down there yesterday and got a little late. It was just so wonderful, and how people can walk around and spread. And I've always wanted it moved anyway. I didn't know where, but it's a perfect place. I don't know if it's going to stay there or not. I asked one person, and they thought maybe so. And I think the people like it like that. I got the best smoked kingfish spread. Oh, goodness. It was wonderful. Some people out of Fort Pierce, and old family fishermen out of Fort Pierce. And another thing I miss, and I can't wait so we can get everybody back in here. It's good to see all these people. You know, we've been going without them, and I asked the manager, when can we open up? I know we're the first in everything. I know we might not want to be the first in opening up, but I would be the first to push to open up. So let's see whenever we can. I know we have to be safe and careful, and everyone is, but you just whether you like whatever people are saying or you do like, and the children and all the things that Commissioner Eula, Commissioner Clark, you know, with the children and the arts and all that. But anyway, I see everybody. It's made me happy today, so I pass.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Okay, thank you. Gosh, I have several things. You mentioned about the arts moment. It's usually the first Monday of the month, the first meeting of the month. And I know the past couple of times it's kind of because we knew that people couldn't come in, but we've had something and it wasn't on the agenda, but I've talked to the city manager and he's going to handle it tonight. So I think that, thank you for remembering that, Becky. The other thing is that I got some masks from the health department for the community, for churches, whatever. There's a box outside that has like 5 in a pack. So if anybody wants some masks to take home or hand out to people, they're kind of like this. It's kind of like it's from the Haynes company. So I'm not going to describe what the material is. But
So cute.
so it's in a Haynes box out there. Flooding. I was just shocked to see Indian Street and other places. This was the first time, and it's not even hurricane season. I'm not sure what happened, but I know people say that we have a lot of new developments that have happened, and maybe that, I don't know exactly what happened, but it was just amazing. Apparently, a lot of it was not city per se, and the county took care of it, but some of those are in areas that people perceive to be the city, even though a lot of it was on county roads. But I just wanted again to thank our departments for what they're doing and how they handle these things, because only when we're in the middle of those crises that we really see. And I just wanted to thank Mr. Peters and Mr. Leggett and those folks who really keep things going. I really want to thank them for that. For our city, I heard that at the CRB meeting that there was a violation of our Zoom meeting by some young people. I don't know if we've gotten into tracing who it is or what would be the procedure. I think the city manager will probably talk to us about that. But I just wanted, on my own behalf, as well as our city commission, I'm not sure what the mayor will say, but it is what it is, a violation. And it is just really against us and against the people who depend on us to provide them with a meeting without that kind of a disturbance. And I just really, I don't know how an apology from us or whatever it needs to happen. I'm just saying that. And at the same time that I say apology, I just say thankful to our city manager for the way that he's handled things so far and the advice that he's given us and the advice that our legal department has given us. And I just want us to let the citizens know that in no way, shape, or form we would want to do anything against them. We were wronged, and we just really are just so unhappy about the situation. And I just wanted to bring that up. And again, I'm sure that the mayor or the city manager will have other things to say, but I just wanted to recognize that because people who participate in that CRB meeting, as well as those who were on the line, and those who may ever see this meeting if it ever goes online, we just understand that that was a violation, and it's just sad. I wanted to also bring up that we had high hopes at the beginning of this year We talked about having a housing town hall and a housing seminar and to do some things. And because of COVID, none of that happened. March, April, May, now we're in June. But also because of COVID and also because of the issues that have come up recently, people are asking me, what is happening with housing? When are we going to set policies? When is the city going to say, we have an ad hoc housing committee and we're looking at certain things in certain areas and regarding certain people? And so again, maybe we could put it for discussion and deliberation at another meeting, but we do need to deal with that. And I know that I have people waiting in the wings to come and speak about housing, to speak about the homeless, and to follow up on some things that we've been working with. So I think that it's 6 months, but it's simply because all of our lives we've lost a few months. So that's that. Because of the current situation, and you mentioned at the very beginning of our meeting, the passing of Mr. Floyd under those horrific circumstances, that has caused our nation to just come up in more than righteous indignation. Really come out and speak, everybody from every walk of life. And most people are speaking against what has happened. I was approached and I had considerations, and I worked with a member of our community, I think they're here today, Ms. Donna Dupé, and I worked with our city attorney to look at what happened in Charlottesville after the Charlottesville riot, and look at what our Congress did when they passed a resolution regarding anti-racism. And this, between Mr. Mortel and Ms. Dupé and others who sent some input, came up with this diversity resolution. Really, it is, the Congress named it the Anti-Racism and Anti-White Supremacy Resolution. Ours is called the Diversity Resolution, as proposed right now for consideration today. And I don't know how the city manager was thinking, but today is June 8th, and it's the 8th item on our agenda. And Mr. Floyd was held for 8 minutes or more. So I just ask you to think of that. It might be the divine alignment, whatever it is, but that is what it is in the city of Stuart on this 8th day of June. And I ask my fellow commissioners, I hope you've read it and you'll have a chance for input. The public is here, they'll have a chance for input. I have asked before, you guys know my history. You know that we've had people back and forth in this same city council meeting. And I just ask that you consider, give your input, do whatever you need to do. When that item comes up, I've asked our police chief to give us some specific information and to give us some guidance, and I'm sure that he'll come up. So I just ask that we look tonight, there are lots of other things on the agenda, but I ask you to think of item 8 on June 8th and think of those 8 minutes and 49 seconds. Please bear with me, consider it as we go forward. Again, I don't know if I need to make a motion now to ask us to have a date, maybe in September or October, for this housing meeting. I know that people want to meet with the city manager, and I've advised them to go ahead on and meet so that we can start looking at some things. It's going to take us a couple of months.
I have a response to the housing thing. I don't know if you want to wait until manager comments.
Okay, so you'll respond to it? All right, that's all the comments I have. I forgot that we did participate in the Black Lives Matter 2 years ago, a year ago, 6 months ago, probably we wouldn't have done it as a city. But things and times have changed. And we want things to change for the better. And I just appreciate those who came out and stood up. And as we continue to stand up and continue to make a difference step by step, is a good thing. Mayor, thank you for coming out for that event. Thank you.
I was proud to stand by your side. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Those were excellent and very true words. And I hadn't thought about the number 8 as much until just now, but those 8 minutes and 49 seconds should have never, ever happened. And again, I'll be happy to apologize and adamantly condemn the racist comments and anti-Semitic symbols that occurred over Zoom on the CRB board meeting the other day. I know I've spoken to quite a few residents about it, and what, you know, being up here as a board member, you know, when something like that hits you, sometimes you're just shell shocked and you don't know what to say. I was when I heard about it and saw the video after the fact. And I don't know how I could have, or what I would have reacted to if I was there or online in participation, but I don't even have to question that the city adamantly condemns those actions. And we can speak more on this subject when item number 8 comes up on the agenda. I want to reiterate what I know the NAACP is doing, another round of testing June 20th at the NAACP office. The more we can get tested, I'll intend to get tested again that day. It does not hurt. It's a little tickly feeling, but you know, the more data we have and the more data our state and health department have, the better for this. Flooding, you know, I've talked to quite a few residents that have had issues. We got a tremendous amount of rain. And I'm glad our Public Works Department is working on it. I hope we can take note of the areas, get everything cleaned out, and you know, highlight those areas, you know, in case we get more rain or, you know, a hurricane, which will inevitably come. With all the rain touching on our rivers over a 2-week period, with that amount of rain, our estuary went from a B+ to a D when graded by Florida Oceanographic Society. That was all local runoff. Most of that is, you know, it's due to high amounts of fresh water and sediments, local sediments. So I wanted to bring up our fertilizer ordinance. I believe it is automatically recurring in hurricane season, but I'd like to see that, if I have to make a motion, to be broadcast and put on city's website to encourage people. We are in hurricane season and we should not be using fertilizers anymore for the rest of hurricane season. You know, with regards to discharges, though, we haven't received any. Actually, the most I've ever seen in looking at Lake Okeechobee today, 6,000 CFS were flowing from the C-44 canal back into Lake Okeechobee. You know, that's a statement that the Corps is trying to work with us. And, you know, Mother Nature has shown us how fast situations can change from one of the driest Marches in recent record to the amount of rain we've had. But I'm thankful that the Corps did work with us and did continue to lower Lake Okeechobee past their projection of 12.5 feet. We reached about 11 feet in March, and now we're back up to 12 feet. But had we been at 13.5 feet, which is the historical average over the past 35 years, we'd be knocking on the door at the beginning of the summer and the wet season of regulatory discharges to lower the lake to prevent, high risk of breaching the dike for high water. So we're much better off than where we could have been. So I thank the Corps and the district for the position that we're in, even though the blow of what Mother Nature has dealt us. And that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will hopefully have a spirited discussion around item number 8. But I don't want to just limit our discussion around the racist and anti-Semitic attack on the CRB and the moment we're having right now in this country and around the world. I would like to say, as the mayor of this city, that I deeply apologize for the attack on the CRB. I apologize to Ms. Faye James, a person of color, a volunteer servant who serves on the CRB, who was attacked, to Mr. Lewis, to the community, to everybody, regardless of your race, to our Jewish community members, to everybody. I have not heard from one person that we tolerate what happened. Now, I know that some people have said that it might have just been a couple punks, just a couple kids, but everybody agrees that I've spoken to that this wasn't the right thing. And so I apologize. It shouldn't have happened. I know that none of us up here were the ones who did it, but we can stand in solidarity and say that we do not condone this, that we condemn this. And I've spoken with Mr. Dias about how we can ensure that our Zoom meetings are more protected in the future so that this hopefully won't happen again. But regardless, I take it personally, and I stand here, I sit here in front of you all and apologize. And so I would entertain a motion that we write and sign an open letter to the citizens that we condemn this attack, that we apologize for it, that we recognize it, and that we look to move forward and move beyond this.
I so move as stated. Do you have the word in, Mary?
Second.
That we send an open letter to the citizens?
I would like to frame my position at this moment and on item 8 and in general in this time that I am a person in a white male body and I am an ally and I am here to listen and to support and fight for the cause. I don't want to be the author. I need to listen.
Yes, I'm
So
making the
you-
motion. I'm making the motion based on the words that you said, as long
Okay.
as Mary has the words.
An increased future discussion.
Yes.
So I have a motion by Vice Mayor Clark and a second by Commissioner
Second.
Bruner.
Thank you.
Now, is there any public comment on this item, on this open letter to condemn this attack? Ms. McBride?
Helen McBride, I'm Stuart. I was here at that meeting, and I know how you feel, because I know how I felt. And the people, because Mr. Duffy was sitting right next to me, and I mean, it was like a knife in your heart. It shouldn't have happened. It happened. It wasn't any of our fault. Just like you said, whoever got into Zoom. And the city manager did ask the committee if maybe they could, instead of doing Zoom, to come to the chambers and have the meetings here. But thank you for your apology.
Thank you, Ms. McBride.
Thank you.
Duffy is here.
Mr. Duffy, and thank you. And my apologies to you as well, sir.
Donald Duffy. I live here in Stuart on MLK Boulevard. I attended the meeting here on June 2nd, 2020. And as the meeting started, overhead projector. The system was hacked with offensive comments and swastika signs, and the N word was repeated several times. And I know everybody was shocked at what happened, but at the time, no one stopped the meeting to apologize or to address it. I got up, made my comments, and the first thing I did was address the situation on what happened. As of the ones who were running the meeting could have done that also, but choose not to. But I was apologized to later on, but that still did not help the situation. I feel like, as you did, that the community of all races and all minorities should have an apology from the city. Maybe something in the papers apologizing to the city people, the minorities who was offended at the time in the meeting. And as all this stuff that's going on in the world and in the communities, Black people want to be treated equal. They want to know that they are a part of each city, whatever city they live in. But if you don't condone or condemn the racism that's going on, it's like you are part of it. Me as a Black man living in East Stuart, I think that 2020, this should be over with. Everyone should be equal, treated equal. That's financially, whatever it is, and it's just wrong. But to me, it's a little too late, but I understand, but I was hurt. And it just didn't, I don't agree with what happened. I had a lot I had to say, but it's just wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
It was wrong.
It was. And I'd like to apologize for it happening as well, again.
Ms. Prim?
Hi, my name is Lori Prim. When I first read about that happening to the meeting, I did read about it. I found out about it through an article because I wasn't in the meeting. And I was so horrified that I was nearly speechless. And as you guys know, I'm not usually speechless. It was just awful. I didn't even know what to do or where to turn. So I did reach out to Mr. Meyer and Ms. Clark and expressed my concern, not only that it happened, but even the response was as upsetting to me. As Mr. Duffy said, how that meeting went on, like I felt like if it was a physical meeting, it would have felt like a physical assault. And would we have just gone on with that? And as I expressed that, I heard you respond the same way, that you felt that way as well. And I believe that you were sincere. Right away, you were talking about a resolution of condemning that. And I think that's a really important statement for the city to make. So thank you. I also had the opportunity to then view the video of the meeting. And that did help me kind of put it into context. And you could see that it was, kids and just a horrible prank. And we kind of went through something like this at the school board meeting last year on a bus situation. And I don't hold you guys responsible for that happening at the meeting. I know that you felt as much violated by that as we all did, although I do appreciate your public apology and your condemnation, and certainly the resolution in writing, which I think is huge. I do hope, though, that there will be an investigation, through technology to try to figure out where that came from and pursue it, even if it was just kids. Who are we as adults if we don't call that out to them and let them know that that's wrong and that it will not be tolerated? So we have to hold the responsible. And to that end, Well, I understand in that particular meeting, it was such a shock and so caught off guard that that response was what it was. But I hope that in the future, we use that as a lesson to serve to not ever be unprepared for racism.
Mhm.
And the minute we see it, hear it, witness it, smack it right back down
Mhm.
in its head, where rearing its ugly head came from, you smack it back down. Every one of us has to make sure that our community knows we will not tolerate this ugliness. We've had at least 4 marches so far, and people are coming out, and people are coming out who have never come out before, and we're done. So be brave, speak out when you see it, put it back down, don't be afraid. People who hate and feel racist tendencies are the ones that need to take it underground. So we have to be the ones to speak out. So in any meeting, in any endeavor, be ready for it. Black people have been ready for it all these years because it happens. We have to be ready for it too. So I please hope that you do look into finding out who did it so that we can make this known to them, educate them, show them the ways that this is wrong and what they can do better so that we all as a community feel safe and equal, every single one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkley. Chief, can you type
Were
in
we
that a
supposed
bit?
to move the agenda?
No,
We're still in the
No.
middle of my comment.
he's in the middle of his
You're,
comment.
you're actually in public comment on the motion to approve the letter.
Yes, 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 we were there.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. Ms. Brinkley?
Good evening. Betty Brinkley, 945 Southeast Nassau Avenue, Stuart, Florida. And okay, I'm a little different than the rest, but I'm like this with Donna. At that moment, you should have been unshocked and then addressed it then, right then, because you know you're not immune to that it's racism. In my county, it's very racist, and they have a lot of good people, white people, different people in my county, but you have a lot of racism in my county. And to address this is like, I'm kind of here, and I told you all, come up here about the City of Stuart website. Have you checked into that about the white people calling it black people monkey, derogatory thing? Did you address that? I know the sheriff's department do it too. They belittle on their website black people. I don't know if you went into it or whatever, but this is nothing new. It's something that I don't think, and I told you, police department and the sheriff's department have that kind of website. That shows what kind of people they are. So a lot of that kind of stuff to be aired out about black people because they commit a crime or whatever. They just go way beyond. So don't take my word. This I've seen the sheriff's department allegedly. There's a website on it, black people monkey and all kind of names. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkley. Is there any comments on Zoom, Mr. Dias?
Oh, yes, sir. You want me to go into from the beginning to the end, or?
So
what
we're
we've
just,
done
this
before?
would be just.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Public
Somebody-
comment before we vote.
If anyone on Zoom would like to make a public comment, please click raise hand.
This is for the limited
No, just-
purposes of approving the letter of
Yes.
apology, or the letter condemning the attack
none,
at
sir.
the CRB meeting.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dias. Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner,
Yes.
Commissioner Matheson,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. There has been some, I'll finalize my comments and we can get on, but there has been some request to investigate the perpetrators of this attack. I spent quite a bit of time researching what our options were and are, and I was disappointed to be reminded that unfortunately, even hate speech is protected under the First Amendment. And so while we do disagree with the speech, unfortunately, we are limited in our ability to hold these attackers criminally accountable. However, I did find that the FBI does have a service, the IC3, the Internet Crime C, and then C and C. I'm sorry, I don't remember. IC3, where we can file an official complaint, and the FBI is currently actively investigating attacks, not just like this, but multiple attacks like these around the country. And so I've asked Mr. Dias to file a formal complaint with the IC3 and to keep us updated on that process. So we are not just sweeping it under the rug. We will continue to work on this. We will continue to work with the law enforcement authorities that we have, and we'll hopefully have learned a few lessons. Ms. Vice Mayor.
I don't know if you're finished with your comments yet, but in regard to that, Ms. Brinkley and Ms. Prim, even though I think I should know this, but they brought it up so very clearly in their comments on your discussion. We probably need to, under these circumstances, try to get our boards and committees retrained again, especially our board chairpersons, so that when something like this comes up, when they're chairing a meeting, whether it's in person or on the Zoom, that they're fully aware and they have a standard procedure and a protocol on how to deal with this. So I think we need to retrain our boards. Because I saw the shocked face of Ms. James in the meeting, and I don't know, because everybody was so far away in Zoom, you can't really get to talk to the other person right away, and it was very, very awkward. But we do need to retrain our boards.
Okay, let's move on to our comments by our city manager.
Yes, sir. I have a couple, but before I do, as Vice Mayor Clark had mentioned, we normally have an arts moment at our first commission meeting of every month. And because of COVID situations, we haven't really had one in a while, but Ms. Clark, or Vice Mayor Clark, did reach out and was able to find us a nice young lady, Natasha Chen, if she would come forward to present with us a poem. And I believe, am I correct, that you just graduated from University of Miami, correct?
Yes, all right.
Thank you, Ms. Chen.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. Hi, my name is Natasha Chen. My family has lived in Stuart for 16 years. I went to school up the street at J.D. Parker and SMS, and I am currently a law student at the University of Florida. I am here today to ask you, our city's leaders, to use the trust your constituents have placed in you to actively counteract discrimination by holding your peers in the police and sheriff's department accountable, checking for your own bias, and making an official statement openly condemning racism. Simply acknowledging that injustice has occurred is dismissive of the Black Lives Matter message, and a substantive stance from the city is necessary. 2 days ago, I didn't feel safe enough to use my voice at a local protest against the murder of George Floyd by the police and the hundreds of years of institutional racism allowing his death and countless similar incidents to happen. I could not go to the protest because my mother begged me not to. She was scared after other residents in Stuart felt emboldened enough to threaten violence against those who stand up for Black lives. I hope this poem by the legendary writer Langston Hughes inspires you to ensure that all members of our community are equally valued and protected. This poem is called Let America Be America Again. It was written in 1935. Let America be America again. Let it be the dream it used to be. Let it be the pioneer on the plains seeking a home where he himself is free. America never was America to me. Oh, let my land be a land where liberty is crowned with no false patriotic wreath, but opportunity is real and life is free. Equality is in the air we breathe. There's never been equality for me, nor freedom in this homeland of the free. Yet I am the one who dreamt our basic dream. Oh, I am the man who sailed those early seas and torn from Black Africa's strand, I came to build a homeland of the free. The free? Who said the free? Not me, surely not me. The millions on relief today, the millions shot down when we strike, the millions who have nothing for our pay except the dream that's almost dead today. Oh, let America be America again, the land that has never been yet, and yet must be the land where every man is free, the land that's mine, the poor man's, Indians, Negroes, me, who made America. We must take back our land again. America, oh yes, I say it plain, America never was America to me. And yet I swear this oath, America will be. We the people must redeem all the stretch of these great green states and make America again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a certificate for her, Mr. Mayor, at some point? Yes.
I beg your
We will
pardon,
get
Vice
one.
Mayor. I'm sorry, Ms. Chen. We'll coordinate with you. We'll have staff coordinate with you for the certificate. Thank you
Thank you
for
so
coming
much.
and speaking.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion for
Can I
approval.
finish my comments?
Yes.
Sorry.
I beg your pardon.
I don't have to. As it relates to the comments the Vice Mayor was making about the housing workshop, we completed our last one, I believe it was the end of 2019, maybe the beginning of 2020, where you guys gave us policy directions, and we are currently implementing those in our comp plan. The LPA heard the comp plan amendments this past week, and this was one of the elements in there. So as it relates to those housings and definitions and workforce calculations were all part of that came out of that workshop, and now it's going to be rolling into the comp plan. And then the next step will be coming back before you all for those amendments to go forward to the state. I do know the email you're speaking of, and that's specifically what we should probably be addressing is homelessness. So, which is a completely larger scale part outside of the housing and affordable housing. So that we will definitely, I'll reach out to that respondent and try to set something up in the future on the homelessness issue. As it relates to the Zoom bombing, I just want to make it clear that as you all know, that we are an open government. So we were not hacked. We don't use passwords. We don't use restrict people from entering. And unfortunately, just like someone could walk in that back door and say something disgusting and awful, because we are an open government and have to provide access, they can do that on Zoom. And even though I've changed the security measures and I now have I'm not doing it all, we have 2 separate stations doing it, and we have a new level of entry into here, so that I heard from some of the board members that they still would like to attend by Zoom and not come in person, which that would have helped eliminate that. This will help with that. So some of those board members can still arrive by Zoom and be placed at a higher level than others. So that's a new mechanism in there. But still during public comment time, if someone raises their hands and I unmute them, they can say whatever they want to say. And it's just a matter of how quickly as I can get them muted again. So just so we're all aware of the open government concept. And I have already filed that with the FBI IC3.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the agenda, Mr. Dias, while we've got you, I know I did see Mr. Leggett and Mr. Peters and Mr. Volker in the antechamber. Will we have any discussion or presentation today on the flooding or response? Or
I think they're hiding.
They are.
If you wish, Mr. Volker is prepared to speak about the flooding.
I would, we have a pretty big agenda, and I want to make sure there's plenty of time for us to discuss, the issues that we have, but maybe perhaps at a future meeting, we could have a presentation on what we learned and let people know. I know I heard from a few residents, especially over south of Ocean, down around Flamingo and Dolphin, that there was quite a bit of flooding and historically has been. So if that could be addressed in the presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And one last thing, as far as comments go, if I can ask Mr. Mortel, the research that I have done into First Amendment protections has been disappointing, but I understand that First Amendment is very important. If a person were to come and make a public comment and say essentially what those people on that Zoom meeting said, do I have the authority as the chair of the meeting to, unless they do the unprotected speech, whether it's incitement to violence, direct threats, or fighting words, do we legally have the ability to silence them?
Well, we do have a code of conduct as well, and what we have the ability to do is if they won't start being polite, we can ask them to leave the meeting. We can't arrest them. We can't charge them with a crime. And without asking them to leave the meeting, the city manager took it upon himself to immediately kick them out of the meeting as fast as he could.
Right.
So he took the action that we would legally be able to without even waiting for direction from the board to do so.
Okay. Just want to make sure we don't expose ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, if somebody were to come up here right now and say an offensive statement, we would be aghast, but we couldn't stop them. And you see some of these white supremacist protests. The Skokie, Illinois is the most famous one, and it was filled with hate words, and there's absolutely nothing that could be done.
Even the ACLU comes to legally defend these groups sometimes.
Exactly.
So. Okay.
It cuts both ways on
Yeah,
free
sure
speech.
does.
So, well, I'm pleased and not surprised that we stand united in our approach, and so let's just hope our community will come together better. All right, I'll seek a motion for approval.
Move approval of the agenda as published.
Second. I have a motion for approval by our Vice Mayor Clark and second by Commissioner Matheson. This is approval of the agenda. Is there any public comment on the agenda? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Agenda is approved unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to comments from the public. These are general public comments, ideally not tied to any specific agenda item. We would ask that you make this comment on any item that is not here on this agenda.
If you're attending by Zoom, please press raise your hand now. If you're attending by telephone and wish to give non-agenda comment, press *9.
I have several green cards. If you would like to make a comment for a general or for any agenda item, please approach Ms. Kindle or out on the desk out front and fill out a comment card. First, we have Ms. Faye James.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James.
My name is Faye James. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay.
Is it on?
Thank you. Thank you again. I'm Faye James, and I thank you all for what I've heard tonight. The apologies from the board, the commissioners, I should say the commissioners, and some things to put in place. I was at that meeting. I am an appointed member of the Community Redevelopment Board here, and I was there on Tuesday, June 2nd, for our regular monthly meeting. And I guess I'm still kind of aghast about what happened, and I'm listening to all of this that there's no control. I know I read what was up on the board when we came in about Zoom, and I do Zoom myself. I have a broadcast network, so I do social media. I do know that the host has the control of shutting people down at any time. And on that particular monthly meeting, I believe that was the first one that I attended for Zoom that Mr. City Manager, Mr. Dias, I think if I can recall, said that he was not going to host that night, that it was going to be pretty much open to whomever wanted to call, which I kind of thought about that when I was home, and I'm like, why is he doing that? Because you open that up to a lot. As the host, you have the right to shut someone's microphone down. It's different here in public. You can't shut them down from what I'm hearing, but on Zoom, you can push a button and they're done. So that particular meeting, I was just like, well, okay, maybe something different is happening, and something different did happen. As we were about 15 or 20 minutes into the meeting, I guess I should not use the word hacked, because apparently we were not hacked. It's Open Community Free Speech Day. So sound as if it was teenagers. I don't know. I know a lot of voiceovers, and you can sound like anything, like Donald Duck if you want. And it doesn't mean that you're Donald Duck. So I don't know if there were teenagers or not, but I'm glad to know that there's an investigation from the FBI. So thank you for that. during that time, I have to catch my breath because I still have flashbacks of that. I heard the words yelled out, nigger, nigger, nigger. And they said, I didn't know there were niggers in City Hall. I didn't know there were niggers in there. And it was just those words, just like, oh my God. And the temperature that we're in right now throughout the nation, around the world, Black men, Black women have been murdered. We've been called that word for over 401 years, and it's still prevalent today. So I was not expecting that at any time. And I heard what Ms. Lori said, that we need to be prepared. We are prepared as a people. We have to be, because we've been made so. But I guess what shocked me more, and I've been trying to rehearse this in my head, was the actions from the board members, my fellow board members, and my chairman of the board. As I sat there in my home looking as this was happening and those words were being called out, nigger, 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 I looked up to see that my chairman of the board, of the redevelopment board, Mr. Frank Wacha, was laughing. And what that bothered me maybe more than the words nigger, 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 because now I'm sitting here, this is a person that I serve with. I've been appointed to the board, a community member, and I kind of look at this as a protector. When we're in here, the police is here, so you feel safe. But when you're home on Zoom, you're just there. So the only people that can stand up for you would be your board members or your chairperson. And to see the reaction of Mr. Frank Wacha, our chairman of the board for the CRB, chuckling and smiling at the discriminatory words of nigger, nigger, nigger. And then I watched the actions and responses from my other fellow CRB board members. And at the city manager. I couldn't see everybody, so I just assumed they were talking to me. I had no idea there were anybody else Black in the room. So I just took it to talking about me. But there were others. And even if it was just me, I still feel I'm part of humanity, and I'm part of a board that represents our community, and I should be protected, whether on Zoom, whether in the chambers, or whether I'm walking down the street. But I didn't feel protected that day, even in the safety of my own home. I just didn't, because I was looking at my chairman sit there and chuckle about the words nigger, nigger, nigger. So eventually he decided to stop chuckling and say, oh, well, Mr. City Manager, take care of it. And of course he did. But at the same time, after that, I guess I was still aghast, appalled, shocked, paralyzed, couldn't move. And I really was thinking sensibly like a human being. Sorry, I'm taking up some more time. I was thinking simply as a human being that I know somebody's gonna say something. Somebody's gonna address this. Maybe we'll take a small recess and just check on all the board members. Well, it did not happen. Mr. Chairman said, okay, next item. So we went on, business as usual. I should have checked out then. I should have left, but I don't even think I could push the button at that point in my house. I was like, just still paralyzed. So I still was there. That meeting was about 3 hours. And in the meeting, Mr. Duffy did come up as I speed along, and he addressed it. And what broke my heart, I cried at home, was he was here kind of begging for an apology from the city manager to make a public apology. I felt his pain, I felt his anxiety, because I'm a Black woman. And he was asking, kind of at the mercy of here in the chambers. And I looked at our city manager, not address him, not say a word to him. Now, I don't know what policies are. Maybe he's under some oath that he couldn't say anything. I don't know, but you educate me. But I think that when a man is asking, or anyone is saying, could you please apologize? He was very polite. Then Mr. Chairman Watcher decided that, well, I think I better say something. And he decided to chuckle again and laugh through it. Oh yeah, you're right, I do owe an apology, ha ha. You know, I just hate to keep reliving that moment. However, I'm speaking today because I thank you for the actions that you're putting in place. Thank you for the letter. Thank you for just moving forward and not skipping over this. I guess as I waited through the night, hoping that at some point I might hear from someone, and I never did. Today is what, Monday, almost a week tomorrow. I never heard from any of my board members. Mr. Campini, he's one of the board members. Mr. Lewis, Mr. Ritchie, Pete Walson. Christina was absent in her absence, and I never heard from anybody. I reached out and called Commissioner Matheson because I can talk to him, and I called him to just talk to him, and he was there. And thank you, Mr. Matheson. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I got a call later in the week from the mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. He called with sincere apologies, and he reached out to me and said, look, I feel horrible, so thank you again. I just believe that some people say you don't know how to react, but I'm gonna give you a picture, an example. We have a dog here that's for handicapped people, but that dog is being abused verbally in front of us. Someone's attacking the dog, isn't doing anything, but someone wants to say really mean things to the dog and maybe go up and kick it. I don't think any of us would stand back and not say something to protect that dog. So that makes me feel that I'm less than a dog because nobody stepped up to protect me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Again, deep apologies. The reaction was regrettable.
Yes.
Next, we have Ms. Betty Brinkley.
Brinkley, 945 Southeast, not South Central.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm
Brinkley.
here to talk about how East Stuart, the Black community, is treated so different. Now, when it comes to CRA money, you bypass us, go downtown. I was up at the meeting up here, April something, I found out you were still having a meeting. And on the board, you can had a sign saying, asking that he suggests that you use CRA money downtown with the rich people. But when it comes to East Stuart, the poor people, you don't have the money. So that to me sounds like some kind of, what you want to call it, I don't want to call you racist, but because we Black, we don't deserve it. We're not entitled to none of that money. I might be wrong, but we're not entitled to any of it. We don't get it, but you get the money and it goes downtown. You want to put it downtown where the wealthy live. Come over in East Stuart, help us out so that we be equal. Right now, you overlook us, even with the coronavirus. I'm looking at people all around us, helping out the poor people, some kind of way. Nobody ventured over there in East Stuart for the poor people. Give me all of the mass, let me pass it out to the poor people in East Stuart. Nobody giving no mass or nothing. We don't get nothing, we get bypassed. And then here you come, government come with this here redevelopment. We buy land. We're not entitled to have land. We buy land. Here you come with the redevelopment. Taxes go out. You got our land. And where the heck we go? We tax us out of our land with this redevelopment. All over America, it's Black people who losing their land. And look what happened in Rosewood years ago. Come on, we still being shuffled to the corner. Everybody get a piece of the pie. We kind of get a piece of the pie, you take it from us. We don't get nothing. And with the CRA, well, how y'all did George Taylor, that was so wrong. How y'all went in there and tore all the houses down that was not warrant tearing it down. That was just plain racist to me. That's a Black community, all them houses, you tore them down, they put nothing back. Tore them down, nothing back. On warranty, I've been in George Taylor house, walked through them, the floor was solid. No cracking or nothing. The windows might have been a little rough in the doors, but the place was livable. That was so unfair to the Black people over there in East Stewart. When do we get justice? When we get treated equally? When? It's 2020. I've been coming up to this city hall ever since the 1990s, fighting about the injustice of the police, how they treated us, and stood up until 2020. I've been coming off and on, complaining how they torment, how they brutalize the Black men in the Black community. I came before y'all, and we just got some release when the chief, Tuanetta came in. And I take that back, Chief Marley was a God-sent man. He stopped it. When the next one came in, all hell broke loose, a war zone. Tuanetta came in, it's been kind of quiet, but you still got those police. You come across the track on Florida Street, or you Black, they profiling, they pulling you. That's happened today, up to now, it's happening. And I told him to keep Tyler, because he's something else. I said, told a chief, keep Tyler out the Black community. That's just one. People like that, you don't need them. They pulling you because you Black. Why you got them over there? Move them and put them somewhere where you don't have an opportunity to be violating people's rights and stuff like that.
Thank you, Thank you, Betty.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkley. Next, we have Johnny Hunter. Mr. Hunter.
Good afternoon. My purpose is coming down here this afternoon. I got about 15 associates out in the East Stewart. They asked me to come up here and speak about this number 8, asking Commission 8 about the speed mark waiver.
Commission.
Number 6.
Oh, you'd like to speak about Speedy Mart?
Yes.
Item number 6. Well, we'll take public comment when we address item number 6.
Okay.
I'll hold on to your card for that, sir. Next, we had Mr. Donald Duffy.
I'd just like to emphasize that with all this going on in the world, just remember that we are all people, and equal rights means for all, not just one. And if y'all want to have us as Black people live in the United States, and you say that we are part of the United States, but treat us equal. Housing, treat us equal. Financial, treat us equal. Don't just pay us minimum wage and pay the other high wages. That's not equal. Equal means everyone is treated at a certain level. Don't try to hold us back and then say, oh, we're treating you equal. I go to the bank to get a loan, I'm treated different from the next man. My neighbor get a interest rate as lower interest rate as anybody, but yet I go right after him and get a high interest rate. My house is across from my neighbor. His house is valued more than my house. That's not equal. Maybe his house is painted white, mine is painted blue. Maybe they love blue. So they get him a cheaper interest rate. So what I'm saying is, in America, it says United States of America. How can we be united if you're treating someone different from another person just because of the color of their skin? And the guy in the, I don't want to call his name, but the guy in the White House, he's supposed to unite the United States of America. But he get up here, he don't say a word. But everything's going on for the whole past week. He do not address the United States at all about anything. That's not a leader. You want someone who can mend the world, mend the country together. Get up there and speak to give people encouragement of togetherness, being united. But I guess that's why he got office. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Next, we have Mr. Jimmy Smith. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Hello, how y'all doing? Jimmy Smith, President NAACP. I'm here on behalf of a couple of things. I'm here on behalf of, because we had a complaint, complaints on how we will address the fact that the Zoom, I guess the complainer asked, and I think I asked for a certain thing, and I come to make sure that it was done. And I think you've done what the complainer was asking for at my office for public apology.
Amen.
I think, as I discussed with her, I don't believe that none of you up there believe the same thing that was said, and as I know of, but she asked what she asked, and my job is to assure that we follow through with that. I heard of many other cries from the community that was speaking early, and I can feel their pain. And I believe some of you feel the same pain. I think that right now around the world, I feel that now it's time that we can listen to people more. And I believe that have a lot of healing when you can hear somebody cry. I don't expect you to feel the pain of someone walking in the color of skin they are, but I believe that you can feel that they are human being. What will you be? How will you feel if you was a black, brown skinned person? It's time out for us to feel that we have more and we should deserve more because of the color of our skin. I believe that the city of Stuart are working on some things. I believe that the city manager is trying to make sure I can feel your pain. City manager, that if you could have blocked that off in time, and some things we can't stop, but now we can address it. And I believe that from your heart that you will try, believe you will try. I know you're a man that you will want to work to try to make those changes. But also I want to say this, as we go forward, I know that we mentioned about masks and COVID-19 tests, and I heard the results of Martin County. I spent 12 days with health department, traveling 12 days with Martin County Health Department. Every area they went to do COVID-19 tests. I wanted to do that, and I made sure I fed them lunch because I want to be a part. Make sure that unserved community that don't get that attention, make sure that they can reach those resources. But I found out the timing and the dates. Those folks that couldn't be there was 10 to 1 in the evening. And some of those folks, our people has to work. The underserved jobs, low-end jobs, they can't get there with their families to get a test and do those things, and they do care. I was there. So with NAACP coming from top down, we would spend more time working with our city officials and our county commissions and all other sorts of caring organizations, that we were going to do this. I appreciate you announcing. I appreciate she announcing it, that I got with FCHC when I was over in Indiantown. I seen the great thing that they was doing. I liked the way they was performing. And the young lady out of Belgrade, young black lady, she was Dr. Soon, where I came, Wilhelmina. And I went to her and I asked her, will she come and spend the time and come into the community? We would like to carry this in all communities of Martin County, that maybe not just Monday through Friday, but I want to catch the Saturdays and the Sundays, that maybe some of them can be off of work and try to catch it, where we can not only do the testing. This is the things that we plan to do the 20th of June coming up. And I want to share that, and I want to say the NAACP hosting what they call Helping Hand in the communities of Martin County. We're going to have, yes, we're going to have FCHC, Florida Community Health Center. Just one more minute. Just don't cut me off for a minute. And let me take her 2 minutes for a minute. We're going to have Farm Share coming to donate good quality stuff to families. When they drive through to get the COVID-19 test, then they drive up a little further, and then we will give them good quality food to put in their cars and take home for their family. And then they move there. We have fresh fruit and veggies to give away from their family. Then they move up a little farther in front of the office. We will give them hot lunches and dinner. Sponsored by Jimmy Smith Barbecue, Great Scott Catering, Tiny Leonard Fried Chicken, Pete Barbecue, Theo Wilder Catering, and Divine Catering. We're gonna have these folks give out food. We're gonna make sure that everybody get a decent meal, not just some kind of meal, but a decent meal. And then you move on a little further around the curve, we have JD Parker and other sponsors that we're gonna give away brand new clothing for kids to go back to school, and school supplies and books, new books and stuff. And as you go a little further, then we'll have another setup for people that need to register for the census, so we can be able to receive the funds for our community, be accountability to register to vote, new voters. We're gonna have all that going on. And there are gonna be other things that are gonna take place. And I know that we have the city of Stuart, the sheriff department, the police department. We're gonna have many others. We'll have the state legislator gonna be there. There's gonna be a lot of people that come in and say they're tired. Their hands are tired. They're tired of what's been going on. They want to come and try to participate and give back. If we have to do it more than one time, we'll do it so people in the city of Stuart can be able to have the resources. I have over 2,000 masks, maybe close to 2,500 masks. We'll be giving away for those. I've been giving away masks, right around to give away masks to people. Can't reach everybody, but we will be giving away those things. And any other resources that someone want to contribute, it's welcome. Call NAACP office or call Jimmy Smith. I will make sure that you get some kind of way on this list. Thank you very much.
Mr. Smith, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, normally we don't have this exchange when you give, but I'd like to add something to what you're saying. Mm-hmm. If you could, I'd appreciate if you could get with our city manager and our city clerk and have something at one of your tables. This is just a suggestion, so that people, residents know what it takes to be in an advisory committee. The advisory committee form, even if there's no vacancy right now, but they have the advisory committee form so that they know they can participate, whether with us or with the county housing advisory. People complain that they don't know when these positions are coming up or what to do with these positions. So if we have the information there, and people will know, and it's a continuous thing. So I really want to reach out so that we can have people know that they can come on an available advisory committee, but at least put their name in with the clerk. So we have them, we can send them an email, whatever it takes. But we do need to have that participation. This is where it starts, for us to diversify those committees. So we don't have to keep begging the same people to participate over and over again. Although we love you, Ms. James, and we love your participation. But isn't that, well, we can't have this exchange right now, but yes. So please get that with city manager, get everything we need to know how to participate in our city, also with our elections. Maybe that time is gonna be too late for this election, which qualified is coming up this week. But please, advisory committees, this is where it starts. We need people.
Okay, I have a table. I will set up a spot for you. We have other information booths that be there for other information why the COVID-19 test is so important. There's other information from other organizations who wants to give out. We have Grace Place to be there. We have other organizations, local churches. So yes, all you got to do, I'll give you a flyer. The flyer will be completed tomorrow. That we want to cover this, and we have other organizations in the community, certain groups that want to be a part. The door is open. This is helping hand for the community. So it's not all that one person, it's all us together. Stand together and let's heal and let's work forward for what we got going on.
And the schedule for our city meetings.
Sure.
City manager will coordinate with you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ms. Lori Prim. If she's gone.
She's gone.
She commented on that first one.
Yeah. And then now we have Ms. Mozella Williams. Is it
Yes,
on?
just speak up. You're fine.
It's on, it's just a little,
He mutes it.
oh.
Probably gotta speak louder.
Hi, Ms. Williams.
My name is Mozella Williams, and I do appreciate all of what I have heard so far, especially with all that's going on. But I do have a concern of my own, and that is, in my neighborhood, a gentleman who I know, had expressed that he was attacked in his home, of course, by a family member, and that the ones who attacked him wasn't arrested. And I'm going, why is that? He did tell me that he had called the police, and my question was, okay, what did the police do? And if he was attacked and the police, seeing that he was injured, had taken pictures, would that be enough evidence to arrest these people? Because it's right in my neighborhood. And even though it was a family member, because we had complaints in the past that there was somebody, robbing and taking some things, whatever. And also it kind of, I was just thinking about this because my grandson was over this weekend and he was misbehaving, being really defiant and actually, said some stuff that normally kids won't say, but then he threatened to call the police on me, But then I wanted to call the police on him for his behavior, to teach him a lesson. But then I had this fear, if you understand what I'm saying, of what happened, because it was late at night and he ran out of the house and I didn't really know where he went. Then I thought where he may went, but then I thought about all this other stuff that was going on, with the police and, with abuse and the brutality and all that kind of stuff. And it's just been so heavy on my heart, to what to do, because I want to be able to trust the policemen that they would do the right thing. I have grandsons, 6 of them, and I'm concerned about that. And I just want to know what is if somebody breaking my house, because this gentleman had a witness and everything, and he said that they was investigating, but then they didn't arrest them. So I want to know, even after being attacked in your own home, do they call an ambulance to check to see if you're okay? I don't know. So, but I would like to know that if I'm attacked in my own home and I call the police and I know the person who attacked me and they see the injuries, would they arrest them? I know that you probably have other evidence, but would that be enough evidence for them to
arrest the people that attack me, you know? So I'm just concerned about that. What's the procedure when somebody is attacked in their own home? Do they call the ambulance to make sure that you're okay? And then, you know, they follow normal procedure of, you know, making a report, a police report, you know, and how that's really handled with a person can feel safe in their own home. Because that, if they're not arrested, they can come back and do it again. Might not be their home. It might even be my home. I don't know. So,
Mayor,
if you could answer that question.
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, we can't give you that kind of advice, but you so graceful and come up here and speaking to us and about your 6 grandsons and your neighbor coming into their home. Mr., we have one of, you've heard the audience, what a good chief we have. I know Mr. Tominelli would love to sit and down and talk to you whenever you two can get a chance. And there's our chief there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. I was going to recommend the same. Yeah.
Same thing. And I know that there are some pillars of policing that I've asked the chief to talk about. And one of those is community policing. And that needs a lot of work on definition in our community, among ourselves as well as among the police and how things are implemented. But yes, you have hit the nail on the head. That's what you're looking for, is to have that response and that trust and to be assured that things don't get exasperated, whatever. I'm supposed to know that word. I say it all the time in court. But so yes, we like they say, we feel you. You know. Thank you.
Is there any other general public comment?
I have
before
2
we-
online.
2 online.
First is Frank.
You're on the queue, right?
Frank, you may speak.
Okay, hi, this is Frank Walker. I'm glad that you put in a new block for somebody to come online, that you have to put in your email and stuff like that. And I just wanted to say that I just recently logged on and heard the stuff, and anyone who knows me knows that I would never do something to create you know, I don't have a racist bone in my body. I would never do anything, and I never have. I was graduated in one of the first integrated classes in Martin County. We gladly did it, and I've had friends throughout the years, and anyone who knows me well knows that about me. And the fact is that due to some health issues, given neck and back pain and stuff, I haven't been able to come into the city, as well as COPD, come into the city and do the meeting that I wish was on hand there. And I absolutely should have responded quicker to that outrage that occurred when the people, we were hacked or whatever we were. I don't know. I was totally surprised. I would never laugh. Maybe I had a look of surprise. I don't know. But to think that I would actually do anything that was in any way disrespecting someone is not in my makeup. And I hope that whoever's listening understands that. And as soon as the gentleman pointed out my error, I apologized immediately, because it was an error. I should have acted differently. I mean, I should have reacted immediately to that. And unfortunately, I was totally shocked and appalled. And again, I apologize for that. The last thing I'd like to say is I'm really impressed with the head of the NAACP. And I think that he would be a great member to have on some of our boards. And also that if it wasn't for my neck and back issues, I would have been out on the streets this weekend and joining people, because it's an outrage the way that we have not been able to solve our racism in this country in the many years since it first began. So, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me just try to set the record straight from my perspective, and you know I guess the word would be what my my health issues that might impact how quickly I address something. So thank you, and I'll look forward to hearing the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Our next speaker, sir, is first name of James.
James, you are ready.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, sir.
Yes, I'm just sitting here shaking my head and just having a conniption. I want to address two things tonight, but actually I want to address this as a public comment. I see a direct correlation of the comments from Ms. Brinkley that we heard about the CRB and in general, how East Stewart is getting neglected, from Mrs. James' statement about the head of a board chuckling at a racial slur. Not once, not twice, but I think she said 3 times. And now I can see a correlation. You have individuals like that making decisions regarding resources going to a certain area. And that's appalling. That needs to be investigated. And he just came on and he spoke about it, but I'm sorry. That is not acceptable. And for the other members of that board to not address her, and it sounds like he didn't address even Miss James until the day. Sounds like he didn't apologize. A leader takes responsibility and addresses crap like that right off the bat. They don't wait. They don't give sorry excuses however long it happened, weeks later. That is totally unacceptable. And I'm gonna say this too. I would like, he said he wanted the NAACP chairman. He liked him. I would like him too if I made a statement like that and the NAACP chairman did not even address it. It's unacceptable for her to have to deal with that. I know Miss James. My sister, who is passed now, went to school with her. They were friends. I know she has a good spirit. I know she doesn't lie. I believe her. I don't believe Mr. Walker. And the other individuals she mentioned that did nothing. That is horrible. That is unacceptable. That is horrible how East Stewart lots of times get neglected and don't get resources when they should. Somebody needs to look at taking legal action, because that is a direct correlation, like I said, on Miss Brinkley. Thank God for her to get up and stand up for the community. Stand up, tell about the injustices that are happening, not only to Black people, but Black people in East Stewart. I was born and raised in East Stewart. I own the business in East Stewart, and I have property in East Stewart right now. And we need to fight, because a lot of people don't fight. And it's not going to be acceptable for a pat on the back or sorry excuse as to why you didn't address a racial slur. Him and the rest of them need to be moved off that board immediately. Immediately. And you can't tell me that that's in the code of conduct, because it is not. For a chairman to chuckle at a racial slur, that would not be in any code of conduct. that would be grounds to be removed from the board. And put Mr. James on as the chairman of the board. That's my comments. And I have other comments regarding other issues that has not been, it's not time for them yet. Thank you.
Sure, do we have any other comment on Zoom?
No, so the only thing I would like to make for just a quick clarification, there's two sets of boards. So the CRB, as you know, is a recommending body. The CRA is the one who expends the money. So
Right.
they're two different sets of boards.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I'll seek approval of the consent calendar.
Move approval of the consent calendar, which includes item number 4 and 5. And thank you. And with that, there's a proposed member. I don't know if she's here tonight, but
Katie Makinson, yes.
second.
I have a motion for approval by Vice Mayor Clark and a second by Commissioner Matheson. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Any online, sir?
Seeing none, sir.
Vice Mayor, did you want to discuss 5, or should we?
No, actually, we're,
Consent, so.
Yeah.
But you had mentioned, I just want to give you the space to.
No, that's fine. If
Okay.
Ms. Makinson was here and if she had a word to say or whatever, if we approve her.
Okay. Can we call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bruner,
Yes.
Commissioner Matheson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes. Consent passes unanimously. Moving on to item number 6, Speedy Mart waiver. This is a quasi judicial item. Mr. Mortel, will you read the?
I will, and before we get started, I just need to point out a point of legal clarification. So this project was approved previously by the City Commission when it was Harvey Plaza. And under Harvey Plaza, everything was allowed except the current owner of the property is seeking a waiver till 11 p.m. instead of 9 p.m. Over the weekend or today, we received a request under the state statute for an extension due to COVID-19. So in the agenda item where it says that the project had expired on the last week of April, it in fact now has not, because they're entitled to a 6-month extension. So moving forward, the only thing that really is different from the prior approval is whether or not it could go to 11 p.m. I point this out because I know that there's members of the public that have concerns about this, and we're going to speak to it. In the event the City Commission were to vote no and deny the application tonight, the document we received in City Hall today would allow the current owner to continue to move forward under the prior document, which is everything that's listed here, except for they would have to stop the sales at 9 p.m. However, he does have the right, just as anybody would, to come in and amend that application. But because we received that letter today, I need to point out to the board that this is a little bit different than when it was submitted in the application or the agenda item. Yes, ma'am.
In the course of business, 2 things. If that went as
Vice Mayor, before, should we swear in? Is this being
I'm
treated as a quasi judicial
not
item?
testifying as, I don't get sworn either way, so you would be swearing witnesses if you're taking the application or moving forward on the project.
Before we enter the actual hearing, though, do we need to do that process?
We would, I've asked, I don't know what this question's
I
related to.
was just gonna ask if we're dealing with it carrying over from one owner or with the property, if it runs along with the property.
It runs with the property.
With the property, okay, so the change of ownership is not,
No
okay.
impact. So now, with that being said, let's start the meeting. I'll be happy to read
thank
the
you.
resolution.
Thank you, Counselor.
This is resolution number 66-2020, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, granting a distance waiver to Shaher Baharthi, owner of Speedy Mart, Inc., thereby permitting the sale of packaged beer and wine within 500 feet of a school and waiving the parking requirement for the proposed uses at property located at 502 through 516 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, providing a site plan and effective date, providing for conditions of approval and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel. Do the commissioners have any ex parte communications to disclose? Commissioner Bruner?
No, and I'm here with an open mind.
I have none, and I'm here with an open mind.
I've spoken with staff, and I have spoken with members of the East Shore community, and I'm here with an open mind.
I've spoken to staff and I'm here with an open mind.
Should we call for testimony if
And now
anybody will be giving testimony?
we need to swear any witnesses that are going to be giving testimony tonight. I'm reviewing the room. I don't see the applicant.
If there are any witnesses online, please raise your hand.
Is there an applicant? Oh, okay, you need to stand and raise your right hand. Let the record reflect there are 4 people being sworn. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. And let the record reflect all 4 testified affirmatively. And if you could please state your name when you testify before the commission and your address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel. Mr. Reeds?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Tom Reeds, Senior Planner. This is basically a redo of what we did for Mr. Harvey, going on 9 months now. And it is exactly the same presentation. So I'll go through it quickly and remind you that it is a distance waiver request for the new owner, Mr. Bogarty, to sell alcohol on that end unit at Harvey Plaza since he's purchased the building. And also to waive 15 parking spaces for the other uses that continue to be in the building. Okay, just everyone knows, or most people know, that the Harvey Plaza is located on East Avenue, on the corner of East Avenue and Martin Luther King Boulevard. City code does require for businesses to sell alcohol, or actually it requires businesses who want to sell alcohol within 500 feet of a school to get a distance waiver, and that's what the new owner is here today to do so. And it is at the end unit for 502. He plans on moving his existing building that exists now in the Gary Plaza to this new location. And he also wants the distance waiver for the uses that continue on in the building, including a barber shop, there's a takeout window, there's an existing mart that is continued to be in use today. There's 6 parking spaces on site. He needs a total of 21 for all those uses. And so this distance waiver is also to locate on-street, to use the on-street parking towards his required parking. So just to quickly go over the conditions that are a part of this resolution, they're all the same. Beer, wine. The only difference is that the times that Mr. Bogarty wants to sell the alcohol, he wants to sell from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. The same sign will be posted with the police approving the sign. It's limited to the end unit 502, and it's transferable with the land, as long as the parking doesn't exceed the 21 that's given to him for the existing uses. With that, staff moves recommendation or recommends approval of Resolution 66-2020.
Thank you, Mr. Reeds. Does the applicant have any presentation to make? Perhaps if you'd like to be able to answer any questions that the board might have.
Good evening.
Sir,
Yes.
your name for the record.
My name is Shad Baruji.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a
Yes,
question?
Vice Mayor,
I
please.
was going to ask this with Mr. Martel, but on your usual business now that you have, how late is that business open?
9 to 11 for the past 28 years.
You go for until 11 p.m. where you are? And you currently sell alcohol at that location? Or beer and wine?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Reed's, the waiver, of course, we know that it's a school, and we had gone through this before with Mr. Harvey, and we had talked about this. And you plan to have the convenience store as well as develop or rent out the other areas in the shopping plaza there? You plan to have a convenience store.
Right.
There are other little buildings that are there, like there was a restaurant, barber shop, whatever it was, tax
Yes, I'm
accountant.
planning to rent them out.
Okay.
Fix them up, rent them out.
Okay, okay. Are you planning to do a restaurant facility there also?
Just take out.
Take out,
Not
okay.
enough for the restaurant.
And so, Mr. Reeds, that parking waiver, is that compatible with the,
Right, the uses that existed when Phil Harvey owned the building would continue to be allowed, and as well as any new retail or businesses, as long as they didn't exceed the 21 spaces that, or the 15 spaces that we're waiving. So to answer your question, existing uses, if they're still there, are allowed, and any new uses that he can rent to would be allowed too, as long as they didn't exceed the parking requirements.
and you said you're gonna fix them up and do something, and I know that we wouldn't give any new occupancy permits or anything like that unless we're sure that that area is rodent-free and completely available and meet all our health requirements and everything like that.
Yes.
Just want to be sure. I don't have anything, but I guess, can we move something for public comment? I'd
You
move
make
that
a motion.
we approve this resolution 6620, is it, Mr. Mortel? I don't have my glasses on.
66-2020.
6620, right?
66-2020.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Clark and a second by Commissioner Bruner. Mr. Bugwithy, I would just like to say, having been a business owner, you being a business owner in the East Shore community for so long, the last few years that I have helped with some of the local organizations and the events we've put on, I know you've done a lot donating supplies and assisting with many of the back to school bash and other events we've had in the community. I thank you for that, for being a long-standing member of the community and providing a service. So thank you for that, and I hope that you will continue to do so in the new space.
And Mr. Mayor, yes, I know you've donated a lot, Mr. Bogarty, and I there's no reason why, what we granted Mr. Harvey shouldn't extend to Mr. Bogarty.
That already does. The difference is that Mr. Harvey was granted till
Up to
9
11
p.m.
p.m.
2 more hours.
Right. Yes, sir.
With good community policing and your good relationships, if that continues and you continue your business and you make sure that everybody's respected, I don't know if it will make it
Been there
a
for
difference.
28
So
years. Been there for 28 years.
keep where you stood.
My commitment to the community, I lost my niece after 28 years, and it's the only store in East Stewart gonna be.
You've always been good to me when I come in there, and I look forward to you fixing it up and it looking really nice. I wish you the best.
I tried. I mean, I tried this weekend to get support from the community. I got 200 signatures from the community, trying to, petition for me to open up. I got them right here.
I wonder if we could have those. Could we have those on the record potentially? If you wouldn't mind giving them to the clerk.
Yeah,
Not to give Ms. Kindle more work to do.
that's smart thinking there, Mayor.
We do have some public comment before we call for a vote. I'd like to go ahead and go with that. Mr. Johnny Hunter from the floor, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
evening. My name is Johnny Hunter, and I was asked by about 15, 20 guys in the neighborhood to come up here and tell the city commission how this man stole Philip Harper's place from him. Philip Harper didn't want to sell that place to him because he was a racist. He had misspoken to that over 20-something years in the community. We thought when Willie Gary had put his place up for rent, we finally got rid of this man out of our neighborhood. This man is a racist. He went to a third party and Philip wouldn't sell him his place. He had the third party to buy that place and sell it back to him. That's how he got Philip's place. Philip didn't want to sell it to him. And we don't want him in the community.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Adam Jolly. Thank you, Mr. Jolly.
My name is Adam Jolly. I was raised in East Stuart. I'm a pastor in East Stuart. I received several phone calls concerning this matter that we're hearing now. I know Sam. I don't have a relationship with Sam. I know Ms. Eula Clark. I have a relationship with Eula Clark, city manager, and the chief of police. I come to express the voices in East Stuart. I was raised in East Stuart. I went to Park Elementary. I went to Stuart Middle School. I went to Martin County School. That plaza, as everyone knows in this community, never sold alcohol. I know Mr. Philip Harvey personally, from a little boy. Yes, he had license. He never sold alcohol on that property. The kids in East Stuart, just like any other kids, pick up bad habits from other kids. We have kids going to middle school smoking marijuana. We have kids going to Stuart Middle School selling drugs. I was one of those kids. I have a witness to my right. When he started his career, he helped arrest me in 1992. Went to prison with a 50-year sentence. I have a relationship with this gentleman, city manager. He knows my story. I don't have anything against Sam. I don't, personally, I don't. But what I have a problem with, what this community have a problem with, is the fact that that facility is less than 200 feet from Stuart Middle School. The statute says no one can sell alcohol beverages within 200 feet, within 500 feet from a church, with the inception of the commission approving this grant. I'm here to speak on behalf of the young generation. That's our future. That will have access to the alcohol if you guys grant this waiver. How could the kids get alcohol? It's 2020. Same way I got drugs and sold drugs at Stuart Middle School when I went when Mr. Don Wilder was the principal. The same way I had access to drugs, these kids will have even more easier access to alcohol. Alcohol kills more people than drugs does. My mom was, as a result, passed away from abusing alcohol. So on behalf of those in East Stuart that don't have the courage to come up here and stand before this commission board, that's their plea. That's their request, that this waiver do not be granted. Thank you.
Mr. Jolly.
May I ask, there's no alcohol sold at the other little store?
Are you talking the one across from Stuart Miller? You're talking about his current store
Right,
now?
no, at the little store, there's not any alcohol sold there
Currently, no.
currently.
But just to
He has a right.
Just to reiterate what we covered before, the commission did approve a waiver before when
Right.
Mr. Harvey came before us, and I see a lot of people that came out and spoke in favor of it. And so I just want to make sure we're all clear. We approved that waiver, and we were told that if we didn't approve it with Mr. Harvey, that we were not being fair to the East Stuart community And so now,
Well, that's what I mean. Mr. Harvey wanted it. to
that's right.
alcohol. Okay.
Exactly.
And we were told,
Okay.
and we were told then that the community wanted it and needed it, and that was fair, and that, so I just want to make sure we're all clear. We have already approved the variance on behalf of the community coming out and speaking up for Mr. Harvey. And so,
And I want to, is the other small store on 10th Street, is that closed now? The grocery
Yes.
store?
Yes.
It's
Rather than-
closed?
Rather
Okay.
than gaining the answers from people yelling
I'm-
out, if you're gonna ask questions, you're gonna need to ask them to come to the
yeah, maybe come
microphone.
to
Because
staff.
you're gonna base that on
Right.
evidence and
No,
base your
okay.
decision on.
Thank you, Mr. Norton.
I'm through. I have my answers. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we just, as the city attorney said, clarify what we are actually discussing right here? And the discussion is, as you just said, we all did approve with the support of the community this variance about 6 months ago. And right now, from what I just heard from the city attorney, the vote before us is whether or not to grant him the hours between the extension of hours closing at 9 p.m. and going till 11 p.m. to match the business that he's doing down the
Already.
street so he could keep his same hours of operation in that move. He has the right, from what I just heard from our city attorney, because of COVID and because of the extension, under law, to get the same variance that we've already given to Mr. Harvey.
And to make it even more complicated, he actually has the right to ask for the extension up until 90 days after the governor's state of emergency terminates, which hasn't even happened yet. So there's no doubt that he qualifies for the extension.
Thank you, Counselor.
Are we still in public comment?
Yeah.
I have one on.
Mr. Dice, will you have the Zoom commenter speak?
Mr. James?
Could you please say your name for the record?
James Christie III.
Yes, sir.
Yes. First of all, I remember reading in the particular details that it was a need to have the transfer of ownership before 8 months. Could someone comment on that?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Reed?
Yes, there was a condition in the original resolution that required Mr. Harvey or whoever purchased the building to get a certificate of occupancy for the convenience store within 8 months.
And was that accomplished?
That was not, and that's why we are here today.
The state of emergency.
Except for the governor granted a state of emergency, and the current owner has filed his right to exercise a clause under Florida statutes that extends any development orders for the entire length of the state of emergency, plus an additional 6 months on top of that. So the state of emergency hasn't even ended yet. Whenever, let's say it ends July 1st, he'd still have 6 months from July 1st to get the certificate of occupancy now and still qualify under the original development order.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel.
So he was saved by the contingency plan put in by the governor on that. If that did not have happened, what would the situation have as an outcome?
You want to answer that? So if that did not happen, then on April 28th, when the time frame lapsed, the development order granted by the city commission would have expired, and we would be here today on a fresh, new application that the commission would be based to weigh the evidence and determine the best interest of the community, et cetera, whether to grant or deny the application.
Okay, let me make a few comments and I'll be quick. I think you had community support from Mr. Harvey, even though I don't believe that alcohol should be there. I used to get stopped off on Martin Luther King Boulevard when I took the bus home from football practice. And me and others used to go in, and the person that could purchase alcohol from one of the clubs area, they used to do it. And I got introduced to drinking a little bit then. In East Stewart, there's a great extensive history of redlining, of aggressive code enforcement that resulted in buildings being torn down that had significant historic value to the people that lived in East Stewart, not all of Stewart, but the people that lived there. And we see now in the city advantage given to developers and a lot of new people coming in to kind of do what they want. When many years we were subject to all those enforcement. As you know, in East Stewart and other places, there is gentrification occurring at a rapid pace. And many people do not want to see people that don't have a livable or have lived in the community to be disenfranchised in businesses, in housing, in anything. Now, it appears that and it's my interpretation that the license was received in order to sell the place. The young gentleman that came up spoke first said that there was some issues regarding pressure of the place being sold. I don't know that. But Mr. Harvey, I believe this is so, he never sold alcohol out of that establishment, out of that building. So what I'm interpreting, that may have been done just to sell to someone else. Mr. Harvey grew up in the community, and a lot of people will come out and support those who grew up, was born and raised in the community, and have ties to the community, where they won't come out and support somebody that's coming into the community that's relatively new, that don't have the same heart as someone that lived there. That's just my opinion. But I am against that waiver being placed. And if you say the question is not that if it's going to be done, that it's just the hours extended, either way, I think a lot of people in the community is against that, and particularly for that being close to the school to kids. I mean, if it was a restaurant there, a nice restaurant, that would be one thing. If it was an established like a putt-putt golf or something, and we know that particular land area won't be able to hold that, but that will be another thing. But just to sell beer and wine and liquor out there, I'm against that, and that's just my comments.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please approach. And we already did have public comment from you, but
Everybody talking about what happened with this house when you got space. This man came into the house and buying space, so I would give it to him because everybody out there don't need to raise speak to it all the time. They get out there. We don't want the man in our community. You trick that man to buy his space. Look what I said to him, he went to a third party, gave him the money to buy the space, and sell it back to him. We don't want him out there.
thank you, sir.
And that's true.
Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner
Ms.
Bruner.
Clark?
Okay, my microphone wasn't on. I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner,
Yes.
Commissioner Matheson,
Yes.
and Mayor Meyer.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 7, SERP letter to the South Florida Water Management District, the SFWMD. Mr. Mortel, your resolution, please.
This is resolution number 67-2020, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing a letter to the South Florida Water Management District, clarifying the position of the city on the savings clause identified in the Water Resources Development Act of 2000, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel. Mr. Hogarth.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor. To try and make this as simple as possible, I know it was a lengthy letter, something that you've been familiar with. The savings clause, we're responding again to something that unfortunately occurred on May 14th, a governing board meeting for the South Florida Water Management District, where a number of callers called in basically to defend this idea of applying the SERP savings clause. So that's the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan. The savings clause retained in that from the word bill in 2000 to all things Lake Okeechobee. And so this letter is a rather lengthy letter to the governing board members, one, thanking them for sort of defending the position of the current law, but also a position that we've held this entire time. And to also hopefully reinforce a lot of the same ideas that we took from our research of the law in 1999 and 2000, and certainly before that through the Clean Water Act, NEPA, a lot of the different policies that have come through over the last 50 years having to do with water quality and restoration of natural resources. So this letter, it is lengthy, it can be strongly worded. I appreciate Commissioner Matheson having confidence in me to help draft this, to take some of the ideas of the community, put it into some kind of language that we could at least give to the governing board to help them fight for us, especially when we're dealing with Congress moving forward. This is an issue that unfortunately, and this is my concern, is being brought into Congress to change language in WRDA that would benefit only water supply users, that would maintain the failed status quo that we've had for 20, 25 years, water management especially. So all the work that we've done in the last 2 years, they're looking to find kind of a way to trump all of that at a congressional level by changing law at the congressional level. And it would fly in the face of certainly everything that the 106th Congress put into language in 2000, and certainly many of the Congresses before that in some of the water quality initiatives like the Clean Water Act and NEPA. So I'd like to answer any questions you have about the letter. One thing I will say that we didn't put into the letter that's important to understand about saving clauses in general in law. They've been around since the Roosevelt days, the New Deal, so the 1930s, it's about 90 years of law. Savings clauses are typically put into, especially environmental law, as a way of establishing some kind of boundaries for the federal system. We have obviously the Supremacy Clause, which defends, allows the supreme law of the land to be retained at the federal level, the national level. Supremacy clauses, the Supremacy Clause, I should say, unfortunately, is very open in the Constitution, like many things in the Constitution. So it's been left up to interpretation. The courts have sort of liked this idea of savings clauses in law, especially over the past century. It allows states to have some kind of defensive rights. And it establishes a cooperative process for both the federal government and the state government to cooperate on issues like this. So savings clauses are nothing new. They're very, very specific in their application. So to apply this broadly over the whole Lake Okeechobee would not only fly in the face of everything we've been doing with water quality, it would actually be completely against the intent of savings clauses since they've been started 90 years ago. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer, and I definitely appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hogarth, and thank you, Commissioner, for working with him on it.
Did Commissioner Matheson make a motion?
I would, Mr. Hogarth, thank you for bringing this up. This really just supports and gives our support to the governing board members of the South Florida Water Management District a little bit from where we stand on this clause. There's a movement to actually have Congress change the law. It would reverse all the tracks of LOSM that we've made. And, this movement started in the driest time of year and in mid-March, talking about water supply. And right now, 2 weeks of rain nonstop. Hindsight is 2020. We see where we are. And like I said in my comments earlier, I'm very appreciative that we didn't start that amount of rain with the lake at 13.5 feet. And thankfully, we started at the lake at 11 feet. But again, thank you, Mr. Hogarth, for writing the letter and listening to my input. And I'd make a motion to approve the letter, the SERP letter to the Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you. Is that a motion as to resolution number 67, 2020?
I think it is, Vice Mayor.
Thanks, second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Matheson and a second by Vice Mayor Clark approving resolution number 67-2020. Is there any public comment on this item, number 7? And in the room, Mr. Dias, do we have any on Zoom?
I see none on Zoom.
Seeing no public comment, is an all in favor sufficient?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously. I would like to call a 5-minute recess before we move on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Zoom. 8:24 for the record, 8:25. Moving on to item number 8, celebrating diversity. Mr. Mortel, will you read the resolution into the record?
I'm doing title only or the entire resolution?
The entire
Well, let's start with the title and then we can address the body of the resolution.
Thank you.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, celebrating the diversity of our community and denouncing all acts of racism, intolerance, and unlawful discrimination, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel. So, Ms. Clark, you've
Okay.
requested the resolution be read into the record. I'm fine with that. Would you like to read it? Would you like me to read it? Would you like Mr. Mortel to read it?
Whichever one. What happened is that I lost my whole spot on the agenda because I okay, here it is.
I'd be more than happy to allow you to read it into the record if you'd like.
I'll have to find it. Okay, it's coming. Our agenda is in progress.
Yep.
Item number 8, is it?
Item number 8, yes.
Oh, thank you,
Thank you,
Commissioner Gainey. Okay, so this is resolution number 6920. A resolution of the City of Stuart Commission, Stuart, Florida, celebrating the diversity of our community and denouncing all acts of racism, intolerance, and unlawful discrimination, providing for an effective date and for other purposes as introduced by our city attorney. Whereas the Declaration of Independence defined America as a covenant based on equality, the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and government by the consent of the people. Whereas American patriotism is defined not by race or ethnicity, but by devotion to the constitutional ideals of equality, liberty, inclusion, and democracy, and by service to our communities and struggle for the common good. Whereas there exists a national public outcry for unity among the many diverse members of every community, which requires mutual respect and social responsibility. And whereas the City of Stuart values a community characterized by diversity and respect for individuals of all races, ethnicities, and national origins as an integral part of our cultural fabric as a community. And whereas each of us has the ability to promote inclusiveness, celebrate diversity, support all fellow community members, and reject hate and bias in all forms. And whereas the city affirms its commitment to the well-being and safety of all community members and is committed to ending the spread of all forms of intolerance and unlawful discrimination. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida as follows. The foregoing precatory language is incorporated herein as if set forth below. Section 2, the City of Stuart denounces all acts of racism, intolerance, and unlawful discrimination, and will not tolerate this behavior at any level. Section 3, the City of Stuart expresses its disapproval and condemnation of any racist, intolerant, and unlawful discriminatory acts. Section 4, the City of Stuart expresses its Section 4, the City of Stuart calls upon all its residents to continue to treat each other with respect and to maintain patience during these difficult times while recovering from the state of emergency created by the COVID-19 pandemic, and I would say at all times. The City of Stuart will work with other government entities and community partners to continue to advance equity and inclusion necessary to achieve a truly diverse, inclusive, and tolerant environment for all residents. Section 6, effective date. This resolution shall become effective immediately upon its passage and adoption, and this resolution would be signed by our mayor, vice mayor, and our commissioners, and we have a vacant spot on the day that this resolution is being brought for consideration for the city commission. Mr. Mayor, after reading this resolution, may I continue with a note?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Previously, I had mentioned this when we spoke about the disruption of the Zoom process in the meeting for the CRB, and I had mentioned that I had been approached, and I had people had talked to me about that, as well as we know the current situation with Black Lives Matter, and people are becoming both emboldened in promoting racism as well as emboldened in stamping out racism and putting forth ways to make sure that we do try to have a more perfect union and to get rid of the bad apples, so to speak. So I had someone who was very, very close. You know that 4 years ago or so, I was working with the Community Allies Forum to have forums 2016, 2017 at the ground floor farm and other areas in our community. And we were working on trying to work on this racial divide and build a bridge in some respects. Not only that, we have the Black Lives Matter coming forward with the death of George Floyd in such a horrific situation. But we see even tonight at our city council meeting where these divides tend to come to a head and tend to collide, and that's why we're here. We're decision makers, and we have to face so many things every day, and we have to respond to so many things. So when I was approached and said, Eula, what happened at Charlottesville? What happened to all the ideas and the things that we're talking about with the court system and the injustices going on right here in Martin County? Write-ups that we've had about our court system, write-ups that we've had about politicians. What are you going to do about it? What can you do about it? How can you help to move something forward? How can we work with race reconciliation in our small community? And I must add that based on the census, I think Martin County has just about 10,000 persons who are listed at the census as African Americans. And so that's a very small percentage to our whole 170,000 plus in Martin County. But you know what? Everybody is important, and everybody needs to be counted and to be stood up for and to be regarded. So I thought it not robbery to listen and to work. And Miss Donna Dupay, I think she's here tonight, and she helped me work and formulate and say The Charlottesville resolution is there. Use that as a model. Let's bring that. No matter what the county is doing, no matter what Congressman Mast is doing, or Mr. Oberdorf, or Ms. Harrell, or somebody else, start at the city of Stuart and start with the people that you know. And so, some people might say that maybe this is a PR gesture because of the Black Lives Movement and things that have happened in the past 2 weeks, but you're wrong. Anybody who knows the history and politics of this place knows that merely making this statement, which is not an extreme statement or a militant statement in any way, it's a bold move and it's a necessary move, and it sets the stage for what comes next. Some people will say maybe it's just words. Ms. Clark, you or the commission, you're sitting up here, you're passing yet another resolution, or you're considering the passing of another resolution. Nothing's gonna change at City Hall. They're not gonna hire this person. They're not gonna change anything in the police department. They're not gonna do certain things. Why are you even bothering? I would say, maybe in a certain sense you're right. But you know what? Dr. King and others before us have said, the journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. This is our first step. Whether you're a Dr. King believer or a Gandhi or Confucius or whatever your philosophy is, I think you understand the idea that each journey, you have to take that step. And this time I don't think, and I don't want the city of Stuart to sidestep if we decide to take the step. I want us to move forward, to march on, to be better, to have a better police department, to have a better community relationship. We had some things that were said here tonight. And so we have a long way to go. We have a lot of work to do, but we have to do it together. To take another phrase from somebody else, and this is not a political forum, we are better together. We have to move together to get to that mountaintop, to get to that point where we can be at the pinnacle and we can say, we have achieved something. We've made a change in our community. Whatever happens with this resolution tonight, whatever the discussions are, I'm hoping that possibly we can have our city, even though we're small, we're not West Palm or St. Pete or Jacksonville, but we are people too. And we may need to have a racial reconciliation committee come out of our city and have our leaders start something and do something with others in the community. We've heard some issues here come up from the East Stuart community, which is a traditional African-American community in Stuart. And it just so happened, maybe I mentioned about the stars being aligned, that this was the day that those things came out. And we're hearing about racism and about businesses and different things in East Stuart at this time. I know that at the very beginning of the year, I think when the mayor just came on, I don't know if you were mayor yet, if you, at the beginning of the year, maybe you were mayor, but you had mentioned or brought up at one time, I don't know if it's you or me, but I'm gonna blame it on you, okay? About having an East Stuart advisory committee. And at the time, our city attorney had advised us that, is it gonna be like the way that you have an LPA or a CRB? What is the task that you're gonna give them to do? What are they gonna review? East Stuart had refused or rejected a particular urban code designation for the land use and for the zoning, special zoning district in the East Stuart area. And somebody had said, well, would they be the only ones that if that committee were created, would they have something like a review board responsibility? And because of certain things that happened, that was not even considered. But listening to some of the things that happened today and not knowing whether or not this board of 4 people tonight will vote for a resolution like this. If something like that happened, if it were voted on, this would be something that I think would come out of it, is that once and for all, not just waiting for people to air their grievances at a once in a while town hall, which doesn't have any particular schedule with it. We have town halls whenever certain commissioners decide to have a town hall, and that's when people get a chance to come out. Maybe that could be one of the community things that come out of this, is that we have some regular input from the East Stuart community, that they know what's going on, that they know how the CRB works. And I know that we have reached out, and I know that the information has been there, and we've had some community groups. It was in the past, what's the name of the group that is
East Stuart Partnership.
East Stuart Partnership. And I know that the NAACP is trying, and there's a new group, ACES, that are working. We, whatever it is, now is the time for us to, I don't know, it's not even light that fire. I think there's been fire there, but it's more to get that flame, that candle flame, just going at the right angle and staying steady and staying focused. So whatever it is, yes, this is pretty much aligned to deal with some of the issues that are going on nationwide and to bring it to our local level, because I hardly watch some of these news broadcasts, but practically everybody that I've seen, whether it's NPR I'm listening to or CNN, everybody says it's at the local level that we're gonna see change. We are the ones who are dealing with, we the people. We are the people. And it's at the local level that we're gonna start working with this. So this is my contribution. I appreciate the thought and the effort that Ms. Donna Dupé put into saying, let us get something going. And for those people who have helped me in the past, when I've had the community ally forums and work with the community, I ask again, it's one more thing that may be added to our city manager's plate or to somebody's plate, but I think that we as a community should take this opportunity to 2020, open our vision, open our sights, and see what we can do. So I am offering this resolution. I think it may have a few typographical, but I'm offering this resolution for consideration and would ask and make a motion for our board to adopt resolution number 6920. That is my motion, so that we can have consideration and discussion and deliberation.
A second.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Clark to approve Resolution 69 and a second by Commissioner Bruner for discussion. Well, I'll just say thank you, Vice Mayor. I totally agree with you about the idea of this being a first step, but I want to make sure that this is not our last step. I appreciate that how you said that this is something that is, you said it wasn't radical necessarily, but it's a solid, strong support for our values for the city. I'm more interested, I'm very interested in how we discuss implementing the change we want to see. So I'm looking at this specifically, Section 5. The City of Stuart will work with other government entities and community partners to address, continue to advance equity and inclusion. Tonight, I heard comments about policing from our community. I heard comments about our CRA distribution and priorities. I heard comments about unjust economics, whether it's bank loans or jobs. I heard about housing. And so I think that all of these things should be, I like your idea of resuming the Community Allies Forum. Perhaps it's not best for the city per se to be the leader of that, but rather offer its support and help organize and let the existing community organizations like ACES, like NAACP take the lead. And we provide support and logistics and location, and actually have staff present the policies, have the community weigh in on our policies, and then we can address whether or not they are working or they're just or unjust. And then we actually have a action item coming out of this. How do we address each of these things structurally with policy? So I'm very much in favor of this, and I think Section 5 is where we can enable the change that we want to see.
Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor, I mean, Vice Mayor, thank you for your leadership on this and those words. And I think that is a very good idea. You know, I leaned tremendously on the East Stewart Partnership, and I do now on the NAACP. I need to hear feedback from the community. We all do. And, you know, Ms. James brought it up in her written comments to the commissioners. I think, you know, we need that support of an advisory committee. You talk about taking first steps. You know, one of them that comes to mind is for me to sit up here publicly and say, I'm a white male. I grew up just naturally being a white male having privilege. And that's the first step for someone in my position is to admit that. Admit it and own it and say, I want to actively work to stop it and to fight towards equality. But, you know, an advisory committee helps me do that and points out things that I don't see because I'll never understand. You know, but the first steps are me to admit it and to state that I condemn racism and want to fight to stop it. So, I mean, I support your leadership, Ms. Clark, Vice Mayor Clark, on this. And, you know, I do agree, Mr. Mayor, that maybe it shouldn't be another board directly under the city's umbrella, but it should be something the city would support. And we would encourage, you know.
I'll just say, I mean, I'm open to the idea of the board. We had discussed it before, but I know that there is, we saw it tonight, there is mistrust in the community. And so it might not be the most effective thing for it to be a board that operates out of City Hall. If there are many people in the community that feel like you said, nothing gets done, are they going to participate because of the lack of trust? So, but I'm open to any option. And I think, again, to Commissioner Matheson's point, I'm here to support. And if you have some, I'll follow your leadership with, you know, and the community, of course, how we go about trying to enable this to continue taking steps. Because again, I will say, I will not vote for this. I will not vote to approve this if we don't continue walking forward. This can't just be we did it and we're done. So.
Yes.
So I don't know if you, Vice Mayor, would like to.
I'd like to add to my comments.
Yes.
I don't know if Commissioner Bruno has any comments.
I'm listening. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in, and I'm listening. And I don't want to do any knee-jerk reaction. I want to listen.
So, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Mayor, in light of you saying that you want to see us do something, I had asked our police chief to just talk to us about community policing, talk to us about how he knows and what he thinks that can happen. We're talking about, I think the young lady read a poem by Langston Hughes, and we hear the word, I can't breathe. And we hear that we understand now what that means, just literally, when we all have to wear these masks. But when it's your whole life that's pressed in and you're constantly being pressed upon by things in society that stops you from doing certain things, and people who feel that way and who act towards it that way, and don't get beyond a certain level because of those things that they are oppressive to them. The chokehold. I just want him to talk to people, talk to us. What is going on in his department? What are his policies? What has he done? And how has his community policing been going? And how we can possibly, I don't know, try to make that divide work where that trust is there. We had Miss Mazzella Williams, Miss Mazzella came in, I know it's Miss Mazzella Davis, came in front of us and talked to us about the fact that she doesn't even know if when she calls the police is going to turn on her. And so if you could just explain whatever you need to explain to us, Chief, so that we can hear from you.
Well, I want to thank everybody. Joseph Timonelli, I'm the Chief of Police for the City of Stuart. I want to thank the opportunity to the commissioners, and Mr. Mayor, my Vice Mayor, commissioners, the opportunity to talk on this subject. To be quite honest with you, I am appalled at the actions of the officer in Minneapolis, okay? I stand by his arrest. His actions were unacceptable, to my heart's content, unacceptable. But there are over 800,000 police officers in the United States. I'm in charge of 46 of them, okay? What I can do, and what I've been doing, is taking an inner look based on what has happened in Minneapolis at our internal policies. I've done some checking on uses of force, et cetera. So with that said, I'd like to give you a brief statement, the mission statement of the police department that I created. Now, I want you to be aware that this police department was actually built on Mr. Dias's views and visions of community policing. I just expanded it, okay? So kudos to Mr. Dias. I added to what he had built, and I think it's going in the right direction. It is unfortunate that a person wearing the same uniform as me does something as ugly in Minneapolis, and it affects us in Stuart, okay? So with that said, I would like to read you the mission statement of the police department real quick. And I'm going to try and be as brief as I can, but as thorough as I can.
No, take your time, please do.
We protect the public trust placed in us by fostering community partnerships and developing a highly trained police force. We relentlessly pursue the criminal element that affects and threatens the quality of life and safety of our community. That is our mission statement. Our vision statement: building relationships by being transparent to the community that we serve and strive to be a pinnacle law enforcement agency. Our value statements: we took the SPD, used it as selfless, placing community needs before our own. Proud, for the P in police, a source of pride in our community. And lastly, dedicated, devoted to our purpose with uncompromising loyalty and integrity. Now, I did not sit there and write all this information. Do you know who did? My officers. My officers came up with this. I had zero input in this. So I know deep down inside that those 46 officers or 45 officers that work for me, they have some kind of buy-in to the community policing. So I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, and these statements here, I truly live by them. I will not tolerate racism in my department. I will condemn it. I will attack it. As for the Vice Mayor Clark, you brought up the point of the carotid restraint, the neck restraint is what you referred to. After viewing some of the emails that I had been receiving from government outreach, and Mr. Meyer, I believe, Mayor Meyer, I believe you got a copy of that as well. There is some concerns about the carotid restraint. Although it is a Florida Department of Law Enforcement approved use of force, it is very dangerous. So I took it last Wednesday. I suspended the application of that within our police department. So to reflect that, I did take the luxury of making a copy of the use of force policy within the police department. And within that policy that all officers are required to sign, as you can see, suspended pending review. So I did remove the carotid restraint. As for community policing, I think there is no question that the Stuart Police Department has some very, very good community policing efforts. We have, let me step back a little bit. Currently, within the last 4 months, we have done 0 community policing because of COVID. So we all know that social distancing and stuff like that. So the issue is what can we do moving forward? I mean, we sit here and discuss all of the events that the police department has. There was some small discussion of smaller meetings regarding policing and community policing. And I think Madam Vice Mayor, went on to say that those town hall meetings sometimes get out of hand and nothing gets done. It's not productive. So if you make those meetings a lot smaller, I think the information gets out better and it's dispersed better as well. As for the events that we have done, I mean, everybody knows about the Toys for Tots and turkeys. So the community, from the community CRU, the community relationship unit, from that standpoint, I think we are well versed in community policing. You know, to add to it, you know, East Stuart Partnership was a big part of it. I mean, you know, back to school bash that Mr. Dias had created, still going on, but you know, there's things that can be added. And like I said, I support this resolution. I don't have any issues with it. And like I said, I'm dedicated to the cause. I am responsible for 16,800 population of Stuart and the influx of people, whether they're white, black, blue, gray, it doesn't matter. That is my job, and that's how I stand.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Tuminelli, Chief Tuminelli, I don't know if you're aware of some of the activities nationwide where there's been discussion about having policemen be like decertified. There's some decertification issues that they're trying to bring up and to talk about now if people are, I guess, misusing their license as a police, as a law enforcement officer. And you heard some of the comment from someone in the audience today. I know that we have free speech and we're entitled to free speech, but people are saying that, I don't know if it's on people's personal Facebook pages or on their arms or clothing or wherever they've seen these signs and pictures of people saying racist things on various police officers on their, I guess it's on their private pages or their website. And I don't know if there's any repercussion for that, if that is found out or whatever. When we pass this, like Mr. Meyer said, if this is passed, then there are other far-reaching things because it says the city of Stuart will not tolerate certain things. I'm sure that Mr. Mortel will now and in the future advise us about certain things, but let's say that we had a police officer now and on their Facebook page, there's this glaring XYZ. Is there any punishment or reprimand or discussion? How is that handled?
The police department has a social media policy, and government employees, it's kind of a fine line. The First Amendment kind of goes out the window a little bit when there's talk of non-governmental that reflects, and it's a bunch of cases out of Chicago. So with that said, with the information that you're referring to, if there's something derogatory, that person, that employee, if it follows and doesn't fall under the First Amendment, and it falls under the case law out of Chicago, and I'm almost positive it's Chicago, and Mr. Mortel might know a little bit better, but that employee is subject to discipline up to termination, depending on how bad it is. I mean, have I had to have chats with people? Yes, on both sides of the spectrum. So.
Thank you. I don't have anything unless the public has.
I'll take some public comment. Yes, good idea, Vice Mayor. First we have, thank you, Chief. First we have Ms. Faye James. Oh,
Yeah, she has. Can you yield to Ms. Dupe?
I'm sorry, Ms. Dupuy.
Oh, sure. Oh, she had. Check with her. No, that's okay.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. Ms. James? Is she here?
We called her.
I think
but
she just went out. Would someone see if
Check if
Ms.
she's left or if she's just went to the bathroom. Okay, Ms. James, if she goes.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
All right.
Ms. James.
Thank you. Again, I've been listening attentively to the resolution number 69/2020. And I want to first say thank you for just having that brought up, for celebrating diversity and all of the other items that I heard that were many. I don't know if I stepped out or not. I mentioned, I gave a letter to the city clerk about a proposal, maybe just to and I don't even know if it's presented the correct way, but just to talk more about item 8, which termed the diversity resolution, to encourage our city commissioners to create a viable and effective board which shall continue to address racism at the local levels of government here in the city of Stuart. I've heard a lot, and I guess with my proposal or recommendation to the commissioners is to, and I've heard some things now that kind of have my head going like, okay, I think I heard that it wouldn't be under the city if this is passed, or you wouldn't be like the watchdog of whatever it is that's going to go forth. My proposal recommended that we have language that's, first of all, if we create some type of viable, effective board, what does that look like? How can that be implemented for all people to be able to sit at the table and understand the language that's presented or created? I don't know if there's anything in place right now. And if so, what does that language look like? I am simply thinking that if we're going to make sure that this isn't just, like you said, a political act for election that's coming up soon, and we need to address this and then you're done. I think this is something that's long-term, and it needs to be considered that an item that can move forward, something with a plan that we can look at, a plan of actions. How is it going to be implemented? I heard a few quote unquote organizations mentioned, East Stuart Partnership, another one. We do have some issues with some of those that are in place already for representing our community, for those that are on certain type of organizations that do not live in the city of Stuart. However, I don't have a problem with having people come to join a board or whatever you want to call it. I don't know of another name because it's late and I'm getting sleepy. But anyway, I would like to see, if this is passed, the establishment of a viable and effective board that addresses racism at the local levels of government here in the city of Stuart. I believe everything starts at home. And the city of Stuart, for me, the commission chambers is home. Home is where you start to teach and start to instruct your child or your children or your family. So you all are like the parents of the city of Stuart. You are the home front. So I believe that is very important as we move forward, that whatever we create, whether it's called a board or advisory, whatever, that it is diverse and it includes African Americans, Native Americans, Hispanic Americans, white Americans, and many other ethnic members in this advisory board or group or committee, whatever it is you want to call it. That is what I'm thinking about as I'm sitting here and listening. I believe that as we and me, as a Black woman, mother, daughter, sister, friend, I want to create generational wealth for my children's children's children. And when I say wealth, it doesn't always mean money. Money will come when the generations are feeling equal and there's economic equality and equity for everyone. The wealth will start to create. But in the meantime, we have a situation that has been way overdue, 401 years actually overdue, and we're still fighting for those equalities. And I believe it does start here at the local level. I heard Commissioner Bruner say she's just listening. Well, we've been listening for 401 years, my ancestors. It's time for action, some good action, some long-term planning, and I would like to be at that table. And I think there should be many more of us that looks like me at the table. So that is my thought for now. I have a lot more. I have a plan of action that I can share with you all, the things that we can do, but if this is passed, that would be the time to bring that forth, plan of actions and what that could look like, how it could be implemented. And for the sake of time, it is late, I'm sleepy, and if I keep talking, I'm gonna start sounding crazy. So I'm
Thank you,
gonna
Ms.
close it
James.
off right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. And we'll, I'll please get with each of us and share that information with us. Conversation's not over.
Yes, right, absolutely.
Did Ms. Dupuy leave after all?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to state, and thank you for the ideas and leadership, Ms. James. My mentions and agreeing with you that maybe it shouldn't be under the board were kind of a reaction to under the city. If this advisory board is created, is that a lot of the comments I hear today, there's this underlying distrust for the city. So that was meant in a way to try and get past that distrust. But any way that the city could facilitate, you know, as we do with Rivers Coalition meetings, where we host them in our chamber, you know, where I would see that we'd need the help is coming up with the diverse group that's going to volunteer their time to serve and give their opinion.
Next, we have Ms. Elmira Gainey. Thank you, Ms. Gainey.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Elmira Gainey, and I am happy to be here. I am so very happy that Commissioner Clark presented that resolution. I fully support it. I didn't know that it had been drafted, and someone told me about it, and I was able to go online and find it. I am of the opinion, and we all have our thoughts on what is going on. I'm of the opinion that now is the time for our county, our city, our citizens to come together and have this forum that will be ongoing. We are Americans, Black Lives Matter, and the broad spectrum of the whole thing is we are citizens of Martin County. This is an opportunity for us to come together, talk about the issues with that diverse group, with our Christian leaders, with people in every facet of our community. And I don't think it should be a county board. I don't think it should be a city board, but I think it should be that diverse community. Because if we don't start now, some of the things that have been happening with Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, and this will continue. So why not now? We can't keep putting it off and saying, you know, we'll think about it. No, we can't think about it. We should have thought about it a long time ago. So I would ask that you please establish that such a committee, ask that it be brought to, you know, the county and other organizations, get people from diverse backgrounds to be involved. And it's time. And I thank you for the opportunity to just speak for just a moment on that.
Thank you, Ms.
But
King.
it's time.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Yes, Ms. McBride.
Helen McBride. Well, about 48 years ago, when I first came, my children attended J.D. Parker. And I went to the first PTA meeting. I was the only parent there, and I became president. And John was going to the Parker Annex. And about a month or two later, I was saying to the other mothers, the Black mothers, I said, how come none of you come over there? You know, these are your children. How come you don't join our meeting? And I was told very politely, she said, because Mrs. McBride, you have your meetings on Wednesday night. And Wednesday night is church night in the Black community. Oh, I said, oh. I'm a Catholic, I didn't know that. And so I finally meeting, I said, we're gonna change these meetings to Tuesday night. And it was a little slack, oh, you can't do that. Well, I said, I'm the president, I'm gonna do it or I'll resign. And we did. And sure enough, our Black mothers came and the teachers thanked me because then we had the interaction. And then there was, I forget, whatever. So going on down, I again said, well, you gotta get active. And someone said, Mrs. McBride, you gotta get active in our churches. And I said, well, I'm a Catholic. That's okay, we'll welcome you. And I said, well, if you invite me, I'll come. And there's not a Black church in East Stuart, and even down there in Hope Sound and Port Solano that I haven't been invited to, and I went, and I still go for different things. And I support them. And I think if we truly, I mean, Mrs. Kenny's saying, you know, bring in the whole county and that, you know how I feel about county. Let's do Stuart, but we've got to go to each church and the ministers and ask the ministers if we could have the meetings there, their city, because I know when Chief Dice became the chief of police, and maybe you don't want to be saying this, but in my opinion, he did wonders over there because he went to school with like all of our kids did, but he had his officers stop in the car, and if you're out in your front yard talking, interacting as neighbors, and that's what we here in the city have got to do. We truly want, and I know I do, to interact and everybody's equal, because I didn't mention it, but and I think that's what I said to Ms. James. It really hurt because I'm the grandmother.
We lost your microphone, I think.
I beg your pardon, Ms. McBride. Let's just flip it back on for the record.
All right. Well, anyway, that's what we have to do. We've got to stop and talk to each other and interact. But we got to do it, in my opinion, and I'm a foreign supporter. Let's get active with our ministers, and in each church, where we can do this. And it's just my suggestion, but it worked for the organizations I was active in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Bye. Is it working again? Ms. Mozella Williams?
Commissioners, Mayor, she's coming up. I wanted to recognize our former County Commissioner, Ms. Gainey. And I want to say, Ms. Gainey, I'm glad that she brought up our Christianity, she said. And then Helen, I'm getting tired too. Helen, mentioning the churches. It's very important to get these type of groups and these type of activities going and all involved through our faiths, our non-faiths, whatever it is that'll bring people out and get them involved. I don't have the answer. They say, well, we got to do it now. Maybe we do have to do it now. And if you need my help, I'll help in what way. But I do want to sit and take time and we form what we've got to form. And you just can't rush me tonight. You're just not gonna. And I don't apologize for that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Williams?
Thank y'all again for the work that you all do trying to get our community together. I really appreciate that so much, what you all are trying to do. I just wanted to share a little short story about, I believe that there are good police officers. I really do. Because when I was growing up in one of my worst time in my life, when I was in my addiction, the police officer, the police in Stuart, Florida, they knew my family. They knew the people, and they wasn't so quick to just handcuff you and throw you in jail or anything like that. They talked to you, and if you was doing something, they told your parents you might get your butt whooped, but they brought you home, and they were really, I appreciate that. They wasn't all that, and I really believe that today. So if we could create some kind of reform that when, say like I wanted to call the police this past weekend about my grandson misbehaving, that's something civil, I would assume, a civil thing, to just talk to him about his behavior, to develop a kind of, a relationship with him so we won't be frightened, and or anything like that. So this stuff that's happening creates little fear, which I'm not really afraid of the police officers, but I was just more concerned about how he would react, because sometimes kid can be soft of mouth too, and just out of anger or whatever. So if we could create some kind of reform and communication, teaching them how to talk or teaching the officers how to refuse those when stuff get escalated, how to refuse it to calm down. I appreciate that. The advisory, and if y'all need some volunteers, I'm willing to volunteer my time to come out and help.
That's on the record.
Yes, that's on the record.
All right.
That because I like to participate, and get them to participate too. Get that communication going, so we can create that trust back, in the community. So thank you all again for allowing me to share that and put my little input in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Commissioner?
I'm getting tired too. My mind goes a little slow. I like when Miss Williams comes up and speak, because what she's talking about would be my grandsons, her grandsons. We have a good community here. We have a good start. We've got some good people in this audience, and what she's saying and wants to hear, and I want to hear, any mother, especially mothers, is that when I do turn that young child over to you, that officer, I want to know that he's in good hands. He's not going to fear you as a young Black man, that you're going to do all that you can to build confidence and build this man up, but just not certain people in this audience or of our police officers can do that. We've got to have some men too. I know she likes to preach, and I could get to preaching on this too. And I know some people in our audience, but that's not my job. And my job is to sit here and, to try to to have, show some leadership, and if we need more or whatever. But I do want to say this, since it's been a long meeting, I don't normally would, but I went in there and called my son, that's a preacher, and asked him for help tonight, and to guide me and to guide you and all of us. And it wasn't easy, and I cried, and I had to get off because I said, I don't want to go in there like this. This is tough. And if you think we don't care, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Appreciate you speaking from the heart. Now, from your comments, I've just sensed that we're talking about approving this resolution tonight. We have a motion and a second to approve this resolution. We've talked a lot about the next steps, right? But none of those next steps, we haven't ironed those out yet, but we're just talking. So I just want to reassure you that right now we haven't, this vote doesn't create a new board overnight. It doesn't create new policies overnight. This is, to the Vice Mayor's point, this is the first step, and this is committing to action, and that we're gonna get there. So just to put your mind at ease.
Well, and you do, you're very good at that, because what's been going on in the last, when did it start, the 21st, 4th, they murdered that man? And police officers, bad police officers. And I don't want to go on in all these different directions, and is that the start? Is that where we want to start? Because we've got a great town here. We've got a man sitting over there that's our manager that was a great police officer. He does his best, and I'm sure there's some pretty shady dudes out there. So I just want to let you know and the public know that I'm not, I want us to I don't want to destroy this man and his organization.
Absolutely
I want
not.
to build it up, and I want this community and this city to do that. And if we see wrong, then we'll destroy that wrong. Okay.
Yeah, I know there's been a lot of important conversation happening nationwide. Nope, nothing in this
And
resolution
it gets us all,
says
crazy.
this has nothing to do with defunding the police or disbanding the police. This is truly an important first step. So just to reassure you, we're
You're a
not.
good mayor, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I don't know if is it police? Are you saying something, Chief?
Just real quick, Judge O'Malley again, Chief, please. Going back to the community programs and stuff like that, I encourage, everybody up here is talking about outside organizations, coming together and stuff like that. The Police Department Officer Citizens Academy. We go through, and it's fully transparent, we go through all of the aspects of policing, to include fire, which is only like 4 hours because that's all they do. But
Where's Vince?
He's not here, so I can say that. But on a serious note, we do offer that 2 times a year, and for COVID, we do have that opportunity. I strongly encourage people to go to it because there's a lot of information that you get out of it, a lot of information that you don't know. So
Thank you.
just to put that out there as well.
Thank you, Chief and City Manager. Could you please add that to the list for Mr. Jimmy Smith to have at his
Yes.
table? The
Oh, yeah.
people, maybe, I don't know what we're gonna do with the police academy after this, if people will meet in a room, but I'm sure that sometime in the fall, but at least if they have a thing that says, are you interested in the police academy? And I don't know if you have a flyer for the police academy, but if you could have that there, that would be a good thing. Can I continue, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mortel, section number 5. I don't know if it's necessary, if we were to adopt this today, if it'd be necessary to add it today, or if it would be one of those things that we would work on, because we now have this resolution, we can have a framework to work in. This will give us direction to go forward. But after the word, the city of Stuart will, in listening to Ms. Faye James and wanting for the city to commit to something, I was wondering if there's a possibility that it says to work with other government entity to continue to advance equity, and we don't know how or what we'll do, how that will happen. But I was thinking that to create a Celebrating Diversity Commission. I don't know why we're afraid of the word board or whatever it is, but something. I think that if we have a start or something, I don't know if that would make it seem as if, again, if that's a direct city agency versus a city collaborating with other people. But I think what Ms. James is saying is that she wants to see the city take a lead and to know that somebody's responsible and not just have random agencies or random people who may or may not even reflect the policies of the city.
Well,
And we need a good ombudsman type system coming out of the city.
From a standpoint of your authority, you don't have the legal authority to create a non-city board. So the only type of board you can
It would have to
create
be with the
is
city.
a city board.
Yeah.
If
So
you created a separate 501c3, you'd probably be
Right.
providing special treatment to a non-city entity, and there'd be a tax problem.
Right.
So you could create a city board only. You can't mandate the other communities
To
to
do what,
participate.
yeah.
Obviously, they probably wouldn't if it was a city-only board anyway. The reason that we discussed last time, it was not endorsing or not endorsing the concept. The city already has anti-discrimination policies and training and fulfills a lot of these, just not in a formal board setting. Right now, if you were to create this board, and let's say it was 7 members, if in fact there was not a racist remark made at any meetings or at any city property, and as a result, no meeting occurred, the board would feel like the city was neglecting them, because until you give the board a purpose, you shouldn't create the board first. You need to find the purpose or what it is they need to achieve, and then you can design who does it. And that's kind of where it was confusing for us last time. But yes, you can amend section 5 to include language that says and create a commission. Absolutely.
And what I'm hearing from the few people who spoke tonight is that if we're such a board or commission or committee in existence, whether it's called venting or whatever it is, that you'd have tons of people coming forward and saying something. And maybe some of those things that are said, like Ms. McBride brought about with the differences, that is how you learn what is hindering people and what is causing the issues. And it may not be that this board is not monitoring or mandating. I'm trying to think of the word, voting on something up or down all the time, but they're like a sounding board, something out there where if something is going on, people have a way to come. I don't know if it's not like in the terms of a grievance. If people have a grievance against the city, we already have a grievance board, like you said. But this would strictly just be to recognize the complexity of racial discrimination and what it has caused in certain communities. And we may not all have the answers, and churches are looking for the answers, and other people are looking for the answers. That's why I think that having this is a start for us to go back and reflect and meet with some people, and then we can come back with something. But I certainly could not go out to the community and talk to some church groups or talk about trying to organize something, a discussion regarding racial reconciliation, or workshop, if we don't have something at the city that at least gives credence and impetus to that.
It's 9:30.
I hear you.
Should we, I hear your comment, Commissioner. Let's, I think we can get through this, and then maybe we can discuss the remaining items. So Vice Mayor, just to clarify, would you like to amend your motion
to add to that, to create a Celebrating Diversity Commission with, working with other entities.
And so you wanted to, section 5 to be amended to say the city of Stuart will work with other governmental entities and community partners to continue to advance equity and inclusion necessary to achieve a truly diverse, inclusive, and tolerant environment for all residents, and to create a,
No, I would say the city of Stuart will create a celebrating diversity commission by working with other governments, entities, blah, blah, blah.
well,
Does it all match?
create,
I
did you
see what
say
you're-
celebrating diversity?
Mhm.
You'd like for it to be called the Celebrating Diversity Commission?
Yes.
Do you amend your second?
I don't know who seconded it. It was
I
Becky.
believe
Commissioner
Bruner
Bruner.
was saying. Questions.
I'm asking if you amended your if you would amend your second to the vice mayor's motion.
Yes, whatever you say, yes.
Okay,
We'll have to figure out what that means and what it, you know, what the numbers are, who the persons are, what happened.
Well, you're gonna have to amend the ordinance and create a new board. You guys are gonna have to appoint the board members. I'll have a conflict, so it probably won't have an attorney present unless you hire somebody separately, because they are gonna make accusations against the city. So you probably won't have any staff members be able to be working the board, like we won't be able to run the meeting. It'll have to be
To be an
someone.
independent commission
Right.
to help work with it.
So
Help
you
work
have
to create an
so you have to
independent
fund it.
commission.
So
Well,
you have to
that's,
fund it.
I mean, this discussion, I could support it, but that comes back as our city attorney's alluding to is it gonna be something that's run under the city?
So are you saying that we approve this resolution as a first step and then we have to work on how we can achieve, what we can achieve and how we can achieve through it?
Could we do that? And
May I?
and that's what I wanted a second, because I just feel like I'm being pushed into this and I don't understand it all.
well, I'm in favor of creating a new board, a new commission. I could be in favor of that, but also I think we need to make sure we figure out if it's even, to Mr. Mortel's point, possible. If Mr. Mortel or a city attorney can't be present to,
Well, it's an attorney. You guys can hire an attorney. My concern would be if the board confided in me about a city employee or about a city commissioner, I will have then created a problem for who I was representing.
I think we still need to
May I?
figure out what
And if
the board is gonna do.
And if the point is to address city issues, clearly that would be a problem.
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, as my fellow commissioners graciously appointed me as kind of the liaison to the river, I would, consider, I think we're all in agreement that we would like to maybe follow Commissioner Clark's leadership on moving forward with a board that could advise us and celebrate diversity in Stuart. But there is some logistics to think about and discuss, and we do have a lot of items left on the agenda. Perhaps Vice Mayor would work with Mr. Mortel in discussing these logistics and figuring out, should it be under the city or should it
If I can just make
be outside and come back?
If I can make the proposed change that would probably keep us moving, in section 5, instead of saying will create a celebrating diversity commission, the city will return with an agenda item to discuss the creation of. And then that way we'll put it on an agenda and come back and be able to answer some of those questions.
I agree with that.
So do you amend your motion,
Yes.
Vice Mayor, to section 5, the city will return with an agenda item? And do you amend your motion, Commissioner Bruner, to reflect? Mr. Mortel has suggested that we, on section 5, say the city of Stuart will return with an item to further discuss the creation of a board.
Discussing more? Will I
Right.
discuss more?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you
But I still don't want you to get the focus off what I was trying to say also. And then I'll
You guys are adopting everything else in the resolution. It's just that amendment to 5 is additionally directing staff to come back with another agenda item to discuss the idea of a commission that would further this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I want to say, add, or not add, yes, I amend that. And now I would like to say, I don't want the focus off of what has happened and why we're here is bad police officers, bad, horrible police officers that murder and black men, and that needs to stop. But I want, if you have to involve our police or he guides us and says, you know, we need to do this or come and help this and whatever. Because we might be creating something that nobody shows up or wants to do. So anyway, okay, we'll go on.
I think Ms. James said it well, viable and effective. And so that's something that needs to be worked on. And I'm willing, like you said, you're the river warrior. I'm willing to take this on for as long as I'm on this city commission to work with this and to try to get something done if we get this approved tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Thank you.
Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Matheson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for taking the.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number 9, resolution extending the declaration of the state of local emergency pertaining to COVID-19. Mr. Mortel, would you read the resolution into the record? Summary.
Here we are, resolution 70-2020, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, extending the declaration of a state of local emergency pertaining to COVID-19, providing an effective date for other purposes, and this is just to extend it to the first meeting in July. All other terms remain the same.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel. Do I hear a
I
motion
will
for approval?
make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second until July 13th, is that correct?
Yes, resolution 70-2020.
I have a motion by Commissioner Matheson, and she beat you to the punch. Sorry, Vice Mayor. Commissioner by second by Commissioner Bruner, approving resolution 70-2020. Is there any public comment on the extension of our local emergency?
I see none online.
Seeing none. Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner?
Yes.
Commissioner Matheson?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes. Resolution carries. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to our first reading, ordinance first reading of Harbor Grove Apartments RPUD, future land use and rezoning. This is a quasi-judicial item. Mr. Mortel.
This is ordinance number 2436-2020, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, amending the future land use map of the city's comprehensive plan, thereby changing the future land use designation from commercial to multifamily residential for 2 parcels equaling 13.93 acres, owned by Ted Glassford Associates, Florida LLC, located on the west side of Southeast Commerce Avenue, south of Southeast Indian Street, and north of Southeast Fisher Street, with said lands being more fully described in Exhibit A attached, further providing that said land shall concurrently establish the AHS at Harbor Grove's residential planned unit development RPUD consisting of 324 multifamily units within 9 individual 3-story apartment buildings, approving a development site plan, providing for development conditions and a timetable for development, declaring the plan to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, providing directions to the city clerk, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel. Do the commissioners have any ex parte communications to disclose? Commissioner Bruner?
Did I might have. I think I did, but I'm here with an open mind.
And then I'm here with an open mind.
I've spoken with staff, and I am here with an open mind.
I have spoken with staff, and I'm here with an open mind.
Mr. Mortel, would you kindly swear in all those giving testimony?
Let the record reflect that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people are raising their right hand to be sworn. Almost 7 people are raising their right hand to be sworn. We're still waiting for Mr. Weinberg. There we go.
Hey.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that everyone testified affirmatively.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel. Mr. Reeds?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Tom Reitz, for the record, commissioners, We'll just wait a minute and we're going to get our Zoom presentation up so that everyone can see it. Okay, thank you. So the presentation tonight is for a project called AHS at Harbor Grove. It's a large-scale future land use map change, as well as a zoning change. It includes a master site plan to allow for and approve 324 multifamily apartment units. I want to start by saying that the applicant has met the mailing notices of the city's land development code, as well as 3 signs were posted on the site, one on Fisher Street, one along Commerce, and then the 3rd one on Indian Street. The site's located on the southwest corner of Commerce and Indian Street. It's approximately 13.9 acres. It's surrounded on US 1 by retail commercial, undeveloped property to the east, car dealerships to the south. Existing land use is commercial. It needs to change to multifamily. Existing zoning is CPUD, proposed change to RPUD. So the site consists of 9 buildings. They're 3-story buildings. They're tilt-up construction. There's rain gardens, 4 of them, mostly fronting Commerce Street. Traffic considerations would include a southbound right turn lane addition to the project, as well as a northbound left turn into the project. As I mentioned, it's 324 units. The density that they'll be asking for is 23.2 dwelling units per acre. So the developer contributions include innovative stormwater practices. They're using pervious pavement, exfiltration trenches. They're planning the retention garden areas, as I mentioned earlier, and they're meeting the stormwater requirement. In order to meet the stormwater requirements, they exceed the required open space by 1.46 acres. They're reducing the pavement for parking, and they're also coming with a commitment to provide attainable price housing for at least 10 years. And with that, I'm going to turn it over. Actually, I'll just go one more slide and talk about the environmental. The upland preserve is already accounted for off-site as part of a larger contiguous piece, which is on the corner of Fisher and Commerce. With that, I'm going to turn it over. Actually, I'm going to go one more slide, excuse me. The local planning agency approved the project 5-1 at the regularly scheduled meeting on May 21st with conditions. Those included a school bus bench, striping at the interior crosswalks, clarification of the city staff report. It also included adding 4 electric spaces on the site plan. The developer will provide that infrastructure in the future. And also they asked that condition number 3 restricts the rental rates to no more than 120% of the area median income. We did have it originally proposed at 140%. The LPA asked for 120. Since then, the applicant has submitted the revised plan, site plan showing the school bus benches and also the 4 future electric spaces, and has also been working with staff and the city's attorney on meeting the 120% AMI for the restricted rental rates. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Freeman, who will talk about traffic.
Mr. Reitz, I have a question before we do. The 120, that was the brought in by the LPA.
Yes.
This is what we mean. The 120 is the 10-year commitment.
Yes, the 120, and then staff has worked with the applicant as well as consulted with the city attorney, and they're going to propose something a little bit of different from what I'm saying, what the LPA recommended. So just a
Thank you.
Heads up on that.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, thank you, Chip, Mayor. Kev Freeman, Development Director for the record. We did consult with the county engineer regarding the traffic issue, and which you may be familiar with from our presentation at the County Commission. We did receive a response. The response stated that this analysis anticipates that the analysis that was presented to them by the traffic engineer anticipates significant delays for the northbound left turning traffic from Southeast Commerce Avenue onto westbound Southeast Indian Street, both in the morning and evening. It assumes a vehicle can turn halfway across Southeast Indian Street, which is dangerous at this location given the amount of westbound left turning traffic from Southeast Indian Street onto the southbound Southeast Commerce Avenue. The analysis does not adjust for pedestrian and bicycle activity in the corridor, which will increase when more residential units are added. Adding just a few an hour increases the anticipated delay. So that's the intersection they're talking about. It's the intersection with Commerce Avenue and Indian Street. There is a left turn lane into Commerce Avenue and a right turn lane onto Indian Street. Now, the comment continued, it seems that a traffic signal warrant analysis should be performed. I assume the engineer will argue that the approach delay does not warrant a traffic signal warrant analysis because the delay for the northbound right turning motorist is not as significant. So the weighted approach delay is reasonable. That may be the case in the morning, but it isn't the case in the evening. Now, I want to point out to the Commission, notwithstanding those comments, that this development will contribute approximately $420,000 to the county in the form of roadway impact fees. Staff have asked that these fees be allocated to any required intersection capacity improvements at Commerce Avenue, Indian Street. The request was made having regard to state statute 163.3181801(2)F, which mandates that impact fees should have a rational nexus with the development for which they are collected. And I can quote from the state statute, the impact fee must be reasonably connected to or have a rational nexus with the need for additional capital facilities and the increased impact generated by the new residential or commercial construction. The county responded to that request. Impact fees can only be credited provided the subject facilities are listed in the adopted capital improvements plan and are funded with impact fees. Credit cannot be given for site-related improvements. Improvements at this intersection are not in the adopted capital improvement plan, and any intersection improvements would be deemed site-related or generated from other development within the city. So in this respect, staff strongly recommends that should the improvements be required for the reason of capacity, then a request be made to the Board of County Commissioners to create a capital improvement sheet and allocate the impact fees to address such shortfall as they have a rational nexus with the impact of this development. We went on to review the comprehensive plan. Various policies were reviewed. I'm not going to go through them one by one, but they're the typical policies that relate to residential development in the city. We found that the development meets with all the comprehensive plan policies, objectives, and staff recommends approval to this ordinance 2436/2020 with the conditions attached. The applicant has a presentation And we would anticipate that some changes to recommendations relating to the LPA recommendations are going to be presented.
Mr. Freeman, if you wouldn't mind just going back to the discussion around traffic with the county engineer.
Yes.
So just so we're clear, the city is requesting that the county provide an impact, a capital improvements project sheet.
Yes.
Where they clearly allocate that impact fee payment
Yes.
towards the future improvements.
Yes.
Is this something that we've ever done before with the county?
We've never done this before. And it's been a concern of mine and maybe other members of staff at the city, that the city contribute large amounts of impact fees to the county. Yet in return, we see very little in terms of roadway improvements taking place in the city. And the state actually, with the recent, and this was a recent amendment to state statute, where they brought in the test of rational nexus.
Yeah.
And I've raised this with the county on a number of occasions, but I've consistently received the answer that you see here. It doesn't have the capital improvements sheet, so we won't be applying any roadway impact fees to this project, even though it may cause shortfall in capacity on those roadways.
Mr. Mayor, from what
Yes,
I heard at the
Commissioner.
county meeting, where the city and Mr. Freeman presented, there's already an existing problem.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes.
going to say.
That all of the county commissioners supported that thought. And so I'm just, I guess, taken aback that they know and readily admit that there's an existing problem on that intersection, but it's not part of their capital improvement plan to solve that problem. And I guess I don't expect our staff to know this, but do you have any idea how often the county updates its capital improvement plan?
Annually.
Okay. And is it something that has a much longer term horizon, or is it something that, you know?
It has a horizon which depends on the projects that are in the capital improvement plan. There are some immediate projects that are funded, and they also allocate potential projects, just as the city does, which are unfunded. And they await funding to arise. Either that's from a grant or potentially from impact fees being generated. And Commission should also be aware that this section of commerce has other developments coming online, which would also contribute impact fees to the county. And if this, the $420,000 is not sufficient to address this, then we should, or the county should recognize that all the impact fees that are coming in that do relate to this intersection should be applied to the improvement of this intersection.
Mr. Freeman, my concern is, and I appreciate us unpacking this because, at the county meeting where we were asked to provide an update on, development, everybody, the traffic at this intersection caused everybody to fall to the fainting couch.
Yeah.
And my concern, though, is that we can point to a state statute, and not to hold the developer hostage, but we can point to a state statute and we can request all we want that the county include this in their CIP, but if they don't, if Ms. Mortel, 1 second, we're going to cause our residents and the neighboring area, unfortunately, they're going to be, it's a war between the two governments, and the people are going to suffer through this. Mr. Mortel?
The state statute that we're referencing and the reasonable nexus is that it's illegal to collect an impact fee and then not spend it within a reasonable nexus of the project.
I understand.
So in this particular case, the county is charging the developer for the impact that he's causing to that community. So the developer is paying its fair share.
We're on the same page, Ms. Mortel. What I'm concerned about is the county gonna, what do we do? Are we gonna litigate this?
Well, there is nothing for us to litigate. We've entered into a interlocal agreement with the county, and they have the freedom to not spend the impact fees in the city. When they don't spend the impact fees in the city, though, it's simply, the commission needs to be aware that we collected the funds.
Right.
They had the ability to do it, and it was a decision.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, we're all on the same page. It should be used to, I mean, we can make this formal request. Unfortunately, we don't have the power to force their hand on the CIP. And again, if they choose not to add it and prioritize it, that the traffic's going to get worse. And, you know, what are we going to be able to do about it? I don't know.
And I should also, in the defense of it, I don't know that there's a ability to add 4 lanes of current traffic
Right.
to that road anyway. I mean, like, I don't know what it would take to make that road acceptable to everybody, and I don't think everybody wants it to be a highway, but even if it was, I
Right.
don't know that the facilities are there. So it's not a situation where they're just completely ignoring.
It could be, you know, I'm sure a lighted intersection might change things rather than, you know, additional capacity. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry, Mr. Freeman.
Well, that is staff's presentation.
Okay.
We do recommend approval. I think the applicant has some additional information on the LPA recommendations and the attainable housing piece.
Will the applicant please, Mr. Fitzwater?
Yes. They have the controller.
Mr. Fitzwater, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Doug Fitzwater with Lucido and Associates, representing the applicant.
Not as easy as it looks, is it?
How do you deal with this?
First of all, thank you. And I'd like to first introduce you to Juan Fernandez with AHS Residential, so he can speak about his company, what kind of business they are, what kind of projects they've worked on in the past, and why he chose the City of Stuart.
Good evening, Juan Fernandez with AHS. I'll be very brief. A few of you have already heard about my company. We are a market rate multifamily developer. We set out to serve a segment of the population that we felt was underserved. Most developers are operating in either affordable housing or luxury housing, and it's very difficult to deliver a product that is attainable to middle-income families that that make too much money to qualify for subsidies, but not enough to live somewhere where they're not rent burdened. So the reason why we set out to do that, and the way we were able to accomplish that, is first, vertical integration. We develop, we build ourselves, and we manage the properties ourselves. We're not merchant builders. We're not going out and raising money. 100% of the equity that goes into this project will be ours. If we get the approvals and we move forward, we're not going out to figure out how to fund the project. We have the way to do it. So we're not paying a fee to any preferred fees. We're not looking to pay a construction company, a GC. We do everything ourselves, and we manage the properties ourselves. Our units are very well appointed. It's not what you would typically associate with let's say, attainable housing or workforce housing. We have a washer and dryer in every unit. We have granite countertops. We have stainless steel appliances, a full gym, clubhouse, resort-style pool. We have top lots. So our communities are very well appointed and inside the units and outside the amenities. We are, finally, we're long-term holders of the assets. We pay a lot of attention as to how these properties are built and how they're managed. So that's it in a nutshell. If you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Doug Fitzwater with Lucido and Associates again. So this is an aerial that you saw prior with Tom's presentation, but we're at 13.93 acres. This is a part of the property that was annexed into the city of Stuart back in 1997. Indian Street, Federal Highway, we have a strip center here. You have a new hotel coming in. The preserve area abuts our project. I believe you have an approval for a storage facility over here, and over here is Commerce. We have Fisher Street in US 1, which is a signalized intersection. So for some context, we're requesting to go from CPU to RPUD. The project is already zoned CPUD. And we're requesting to go from commercial to a multifamily land use. This is a graphic showing the signs that were posted. We actually notified twice because we thought we were going to go earlier, but because of the COVID pandemic, we actually re-advertised. And you can see this is our total mailing list. There was 19 people on there, no residents. There was so it's basically some landowners that are commercial. The city of Stuart was on the list. Our previous property owner was on the list. So you can see that it's a good site for a multifamily project. So this is a graphic I'm sure you all have seen. This is from your 2018 housing study. It shows that the 21,000 people come into the city of Stuart every day to work. And I think it's been a goal of the city to try to capture some of those people and have them live in the city and work in the city. So that's one of the goals with AHS. So by providing an attainable type housing that's nicely appointed. So we're hoping that we can capture some of those trips to stay within the city and work within the city. Here's our site plan. We've got 9 buildings. We have a fairly large buffer along the frontage of Commerce, and then we also have a buffer here along Indian Street. We are requesting for a reduction in the buffer along the commercial side, but this is really where, if we needed reduction, this is probably it, because AHS is comfortable with this reduction. We have a single entrance coming into the project. We have a gated entrance. We'll have parking for a mailbox in this area here. And we also have an emergency exit for the fire trucks to help with the auto turn analysis, so everyone can exit the site easily. They are going to provide a pool, a clubhouse, a fitness center. And talking with Juan, all of that is included in part of the rental. So there's no additional fees. So no additional fees for those facilities. So all in all, it's a nice project for the area. There is going to be a left turn constructed here, and this is part of grassroots improvements to Commerce. AHS will be constructing a right turn lane into the project. So we've got basically 3 retention areas. Here's one, and this is more of this is an interesting retention area where it's going to be a mixture. So it's kind of dry, but at the base it's going to be wet. So it's part of the overall stormwater system that I'll get into in a few moments. Here's an elevation or artist rendering of the project. What's really interesting is that these are all concrete. They're tilt wall construction. So it's very durable. It will handle hurricanes extremely well. All of the glass is impact glass, which is really, really nice. My house in the city of Stuart doesn't have that. I wish I did. This is really, really a good
The clerk is recording no matter what, so it doesn't matter if we're
Okay.
not.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fitzwater. If you can continue.
Clicker is not.
Someone help him
Stand
click
by 1 second.
advance.
No problem. All right, try. You gotta click on the picture. Okay, no. There you go. Okay. So as part of the PUD request, we are requesting to have a reduction in the parking down to 1.5 spaces per unit. In AHS's experience, 1.5 spaces per unit is adequate, so we're going to provide 501 spaces on site. And as part of their administration of the project, they assign parking spaces. So it's part of their business that, if you're coming home from work, you know that you have a parking space available. It's that you're not having to drive all over the community trying to find your space. So, so with that reduction, the parking requirement would be 594 spaces. We're requesting to reduce it down to 501. My next slide is one of the plans that we actually had submitted initially and had gone through review. This meets the City of Stuart parking code. But I just wanted to, the reason I included this is because it's a conscious decision by AHS to reduce the number of parking spaces, manage their project very well, and to to have less impervious on site. I just wanted to make sure that the commission understood that by thereby reducing the number of spaces, it's not a density bonus in a sense. The parking could work either way, and so it's just they prefer to have it 1.5 spaces. This is a Martin County Public Transit shot. So we do have a bus stop right up in here, and we are providing an access to it. So the MARTI does go up and down Indian Street, so these residents will have access to it, and they'll also have access to walk and go to the strip center as well. So this is an image from Ed's environmental assessment, and although the site does look heavily wooded, we do have some areas of disturbance. And I also wanted to point out that 411 is the pine flatwood. So this is really the only pine area. The 424 code is the Flukes map code for Melaleuca. So it's heavily infested with Melaleuca on site. I've also had the South Florida Water Management District out on site. They've confirmed that there's no wetlands on site, which corroborates Ed's report, and also the Army Corps has been out there as well and reviewed the site, and no wetlands on site. This is a graphic showing where our preserve area is. This is the Ted Glasser consolidated all the preserve areas under this parcel 6A. 2.6 acres of preserve was for these two pieces, and it's been transferred over to parcel 6A, which is actually a good thing. It's a consolidated preserve area, and it's really nice habitat over there, so it's a positive. And then this is a graphic from Bill Mather's plans, and it's just it's basically showing the stormwater system in a conceptual layout. You could certainly, Bill is here to answer any questions that are just more specific, but what AHS will be doing is a combination of exfiltration trenches, which is the orange lines, which is subsurface drainage. They're also reducing the amount of impact by adding pervious pavement at these spaces here. So it's pervious concrete. And then here's the stormwater. So what's happened is he's done a stage system that this flows to this and flows through, and then ultimately ends into what we're calling a rain garden area, which is a heavily planted out area that will help with the water, cleaning the water. So Bill is here to answer any more questions that you may have to that effect. And then here's the transportation issues that you were speaking about earlier that Susan's here to cover. And then once Susan finishes up her presentation, Juan will come back up to discuss the attainable housing with the conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzwater. Ms. O'Rourke?
I'm Susan O'Rourke, for the record. Just wanted to briefly go through this. I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do the clicker right. The study's been reviewed for consistency with the City of Stuart standards and is found to comply. So I just wanted to be clear on that, that we are mitigating through payment of impact fees and with the turn lanes at the driveways. And all of those turn lanes were done in anticipation of all the development along Commerce Avenue and in communication with the county on where we would place those driveways based on the anticipated queuing at the intersection. So we did determine that there was a level of service F at that turn, but we're talking about 50 cars turning left. It was one movement. And according to Florida statutes 163-3180, which is different than the one on impact fees, it clearly states that an applicant shall not be held responsible for the additional cost of reducing or eliminating deficiencies. So that was another basis of where does the project lie in terms of responsibilities. And then I wanted to just give you briefly by the numbers to put it into perspective that right now we've got almost 3,000 vehicles at that intersection today. Now, I heard somebody say 4 lanes or adding lanes. I just want to be clear, the level of service on the roadway is fine. It's just the people trying to turn left out. And we do have alternate ways to go. We can go onto Fisher, we have a signal there. But when you add our traffic in, we represent 2.6% and 2.7% of the total volume at that intersection. So just to put into perspective about what our impact is at that location. So, you know, I'm estimating that our cost of, if you did signalize it, that, you know, that's $13,000 as our share. We're paying city and county impact fees of over $500,000 in mobility and roadway. So we are more than paying our share. Now we understand that, you know, where the county wants to go and where the city wants to go in terms of the improvements. And so we are asking, we support the city's request that they apply the fees in accordance with 163-3180. And there are some very specific things which you're not supposed to use that money for deficiencies because it's supposed to be paying for new development. But we could establish the rational nexus with the 2.6%, but certainly it's not something that this project would want to be held up for while those issues were addressed. So we certainly would like to see the money spent, but that sounds like a big picture item. So I wanted to just clarify our position on our impacts. And if you have any questions, I'm still here.
Thank you, Ms. O'Rourke. Mr. Fitzwater, do you have anybody else?
Well, I think Juan was going to discuss the attainable housing language.
Yes, please.
So I just wanted to, you know, I've been discussing this with the city staff since the hearing. We actually made the decision today that we are okay dropping to 120. It has a huge impact on the value of the property, and although we're not going to reach 120 with the rents we're charging, it inhibits our ability to get lending, and it devalues the property in a significant way, because when the banks look at it, they project rent growth and they have their own, you know, so when they look at this restriction, so all of that notwithstanding, you know, we reviewed the Florida Housing Finance Corporation guide, the rent limits that they put out, and so I guess what I'm saying is we're comfortable doing that, providing that today. We are also, and I think Mr. Freeman touched on that, we're going to address everything that the Planning Commission asked of us. So we will do they wanted a bus shelter, we can do that. The 120 was the biggest ask, I think, because obviously they recognize that the city has a great deal of need for this type of housing. And then the other thing was the electrical charging stations. We can certainly do that. The only comment I had on that was our residents typically, we don't have any residents that drive electrical cars because they're fairly expensive vehicles.
Not today.
Not today, you're right. So absolutely right. So that's why what we agreed on was we'll put in the infrastructure.
EV ready, right.
Yeah, and we're ready to do it. It's just plug it in once there's a need for it. So, and that goes to what you're saying, goes to the parking as well. We know exactly what our residents drive, how many cars they drive. You know, we have and after obviously the rent and safety, having a parking space is extremely important for them. So it's a market consideration. We cannot have a community, you know, we're looking to invest here $50 to $60 million. We can't have a community that we can't rent the units because there's no parking. It would affect us in a big way. So that's you know, Mr. Freeman and I have been discussing this, and I hadn't been able to tell him that we are okay with agreeing to the 120.
Thank you, sir.
Who you assign one parking space per unit, or is
1.5?
No, but I mean, you physically, each space is assigned. What about the remaining spaces? Are they a free-for-all, or how does that work? Or can someone pay more rent and get 2 spaces? Or what's your policy with the parking spaces?
Yeah, so what we do is if you show up to the property and you have 2 cars, 2 vehicles, you will have one assigned, and the second one will be assigned as well. Those spaces will be, we have some that are guest parking, but the other ones are, every space is assigned. So if you show up to one of our properties and maybe you have 10 vehicles, maybe we're not, you know, not the place for you, you know, need more space. But first and second spots will be assigned.
So a 2-car family, each car would know they could come home and have a place to park. They wouldn't be fighting for your, you know,
for the excess.
A pool of excess.
No, every parking will be assigned.
Are there appropriate bike racks for our current code, Mr. Reed?
Yes, the bike racks have been added on the site plan.
And the 120, so that, I know the language hasn't been finalized yet, but that would run with the property, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you're owner operator, but if an offer came along, would you sell it, or, I mean?
So there are many different reasons why we may divest at some point in the future, but yes, it runs with the land. Whoever, if somebody, a subsequent buyer would assume those conditions.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be a condition of the PUD.
Yeah, right.
So I'll start with the attainable housing. So I understand that you are now operating under our existing priorities and code, but we have been going through an LPA or through a comprehensive plan review process. We've had discussions, multiple discussions around housing and our priorities for what we define as attainable housing. And probably around the time, you know, concurrently with your planning of this project, we had collectively as a board decided that our definition of what attainable workforce housing is would be between 80% AMI and 100. So I understand that that's not enshrined in our comp plan or in our code yet, but I wonder if there's any way that we might be able to work with you, understanding that you can't bring it down too much project wide. Perhaps we could work with you to say maybe a segment, a percentage of the units could be set at 80 to 100, mixed throughout the development so that it's not, you've got your low rent area here, and that they could persist for 10 years, but it's not the whole development. I'd really like for us to be hitting that 80 to 100 if we could. and perhaps the rest of the units could go to 140 or whatever they are. That's where I'm at with the housing. As far as the overall site plan, we got spanked a little bit by the county commission, and I didn't agree with many of the comments that were made. And I don't need to explain the whole story to you, but there was a lot of talk about the city's review of projects, the building height, and we had a fight over 2 stories, 3 stories, 4 stories, and I wonder if, since this project has no neighbors, I mean, you yourself said that you mailed what, 10 letters, 18 letters. This to me sounds like a great opportunity. And I know that this might not work for you in your pro forma, but a great opportunity to put a couple 4-story buildings here where you don't have any neighbors that are going to squawk. It's right next to a commercial. And then you wouldn't have to reduce the parking spaces as much. You wouldn't have to ask for an exception on the buffer. The project could be a little bit smaller, more open space, more plantings, and get the same number of units, but in fewer buildings. Or perhaps 1 or 2 of the buildings could be 4-story. Trying to think outside the box here for that. And then when I looked at Mr. Weinberg's environmental report with the delineated pine flatwoods, perhaps some of those could be preserved if you were to shrink it, make a couple of the buildings a little more tall. Just an idea. I don't know. I think that's it for right now from me.
I wanted to reiterate, Tom, with the original allowed density of 15 units per acre, and then with us allowing them under the PUD to do the 23.2 units per acre, which is still well under the 30 units per acre, but it is a lot still. And then I just wanted to talk about the general area. I know that you're putting those water gardens or whatever along Commerce and stuff, and I'm sure that you'll build up and do whatever you need to do for the road or wherever you're going to put those 3-story buildings on, so that they're on solid foundation. But again, I think we see all the water and the flooding, and we want to make sure that we have good plans, Mr. Fitzwater.
Mr. Mathers.
And of course, Mr. Weinberg is a part of this too.
Well, Vice Mayor, while he's approaching, I will say it's unrelated, but we had a similar discussion about a project that Mr. Mathers was working on with similar water management technology. When we had that crazy rainfall and roads were flooding, I drove by and looked at the potential Shops in Colorado annex, and I saw no water there. So even in a historically flooded rainfall event, anyway, Mr. Mathers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Bill Mathers, and I'm the civil engineer for the project on your agenda. Real quick, there's approximately 3,000 linear feet of exfiltration, about 120,000 cubic feet of stone that's going into that. Somewhere around 25 to 30,000 square feet of pervious concrete, and the retention areas that you see are offline. So in order to meet South Florida criteria, the retention areas are linking all those areas on site, and they have to overflow over a weir. We have to hold X amount of water. Once it goes over there, there's another weir that's in that south portion, and that then picks up and that controls the discharge off site. This property has from many years ago, a prorated discharge, which is about 1.7 cubic feet per second, which is very small, but is still, a lot of water. The difference is because the exfiltration trenches have to store all their water, is that it also will overflow into those retention areas. okay? So the pervious concrete is taking water direct as it's running off the hard surface. It's percolating into that, and there's some stone underneath it. So a normal system where we link everything, we probably retain maybe 30 to 35% of the water stays back. The rest of it is bled out over a period of time, controlled by control structures. In this case, I worked it out, but I'm guessing a little bit. It's probably 60 to 70% of the rainfall stays on the project. It's getting into the groundwater table. It's not even discharging. So even though we meet a discharge criteria, we're going to discharge a fraction of the stormwater, which it's beneficial primarily to reducing of the nitrates and phosphates because they're created in our retention areas, and then they're discharged on the flushes. Here, they're created in the exfiltration trenches in the stone, the dry retention areas, and actually underneath the pervious concrete as well. So that's converted to nitrate phosphates. That water continues to flow into the groundwater table and becomes accessible by vegetation in the area. So it traps the water. I guess that's the biggest thing. And the hotel is right there on the corner. That's very similar. It has a hard surface that's flowing into a pervious concrete parking spaces. And at the same time, it's intercepted by exfiltration trenches. So that's probably the only thing that's a little bit different, but that's what happens to the stormwater.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you, gentlemen, for coming and waiting as long as you have, and lady. It's been a long night, and I do like this project very much, and I would like to make a motion to approve Harbor Grove Apartments Ordinance 2436, 2020.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
And one more thing I'd like to add, I felt like we were taking on the behind the woodshed with those county commissioners too. Anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a polite way.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. So I know we have a motion and a second on the floor, but what do you feel about the comments that I have made about building height?
Okay, so I'll address building height and I'll address the other comments you made on
Okay, thank you.
80 to 100. Building height would kill us. We wouldn't be able to do that because the cost of construction goes up exponentially past the third floor. And it's not just the cost of construction, it's the cost to operate the building because now we need elevators, 2 elevators per building, and those are expensive to maintain it. So it's not something that would be financially feasible here. There's markets that maybe support that, but to deliver the rents that we're trying to deliver here, it would be a much more expensive rent that we would have to get to be able to make it financially feasible. As it pertains to the other comments you made, the answer is yes. If there's look, cost of construction is what dictates what we can do here. There's certain areas where I can get the land for free and it doesn't matter because it's going to cost me X to build it, and if I can't get a rent, now because of the way we're structured, we're able to gain a lot of efficiencies. We're not paying a GC, we're not paying a developer, and we're not paying a management company. So we get all of those efficiencies, and that's how we are able to deliver what I believe to be a beautiful product that our residents love. Because we did a little bit of research. You know, the average age of the supply in the city is from the mid-1980s.
Oh, we're familiar. We've had many presentations on that. Yeah.
So, you know, I'd like to say, look, we own this land. We want to be here. We want to build this. We know that there's a huge need for it. And for what it's worth, there are few, if any, municipalities across the United States that can say that they delivered 300 units, 300 workforce units. Few. I mean, it's very difficult to do.
Right, but with all due respect, that doesn't meet our newer definition of the workforce unit. So it's just a math problem. If you can do it, I'll support moving this forward to second reading, but I really would like to see, if possible, potentially bringing it forward to second reading, if we could have a section of the units carved out, interspersed throughout the whole development at that 80 to 100 rate, and the rest could be at whatever market rate you need. If that's something that you could work on, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I support that. Definitely. I'm not going to sit here and ask for that problem to be figured out right now, but it would seem justifiable to increase on the 120%, maybe back up to the 140 and reduce on some others, and just have the flexibility to try and meet our goal with some of the project. Basically.
Sure. So absolutely. What I'll do is I'll present, well, there's two options. One, you're aware of 100% under 120, and then the other one, I'll do a financial analysis and see what percentage of the property we can keep at 80 to 100, and then the remainder would be under 140. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Just tell us what
I'll
what works for you with your
do
numbers.
our absolute best.
Thank you. Is there any other question or deliberation before we call the vote?
No.
Is there any public comment on this item?
If there's any public comment online, please press raise hand or enter *9 on a telephone.
Wake up.
I see none.
I have a second bedroom if you want to rent it out. Airbnb.
I'll be happy to join.
Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Matheson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, just for a point of order, when we get to item 16, I'm going to ask to continue that item.
Yes, sir. And well, thank you very much. With respect to the board and to the people in attendance, are we able to continue? I still have a little energy. Do you?
All those people who waited here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. As
You
to
gotta
item
finish. You
number,
can't-
are you going on
Make
to
them wait
item
6
number
hours
11?
and then roll their agenda items.
Okay, I hear you.
Are you going item number 11?
Item number 11, abandonment of right-of-way at Osceola Street. Mr. Mortel.
If there's nothing, are you gonna read ordinance number 243120, Mr. Mortel?
Must it be read into the record?
No.
But she just read enough of it.
And nothing has changed. This is the abandonment of the right-of-way at Osceola Street. Has anything changed? I know that we have a total number for the privilege fee of about $16,000, so that's in the confirmed. If there's nothing changed on it, I'd like to move it. It's a second reading to approve ordinance number 2431-2020.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Clark and a second by Commissioner Bruner for approval.
But staff, Steve Mayor for the record, yes, the only change is that we have an updated appraisal for the southern 25 feet for 16,000. That would be the privilege fee.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there any public comment on this item before we call the vote? Mr. Dias, anybody online?
Oops. No, sir.
Seeing none. Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bruner?
Yes.
Commissioner Matheson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Here.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries unanimously.
I was trying to stay alert.
Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to item number 12, Stuart Ocean RPUD. This is a quasi-judicial
This is ordinance
hearing.
number 2435-2020, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, to approve a rezoning from R3 multifamily to office to residential planned unit development RPUD on the city's official zoning map for 11.04 acres parcel owned by Saragui Group, sorry for that, Investments LLC, located on the south side of Southeast Ocean Boulevard between the Point Assisted Living Facility and Kingswood Condo Association. Said land being more fully described in Exhibit A attached, establishing Stuart Ocean Townhomes RPUD consisting of 80 attached homes, approving a master site plan, providing for development conditions and a timetable for development, declaring the plan to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, providing directions to the city clerk, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel. Since first reading, do the commissioners have any ex parte communications to disclose?
I have none and I'm here with an open mind.
Commissioner Bruner? Ex
I
parte?
have none, and I'm here with an open mind. And I'd like to ask if there have been any changes? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I've spoken to staff and briefly to the applicant. I'm here with an open mind.
I have spoken with staff and with residents, and I am here with an open mind. Mr. Mortel, would you kindly swear all those who are giving testimony in?
Let the record reflect that 1, 2, 3, 4, oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people are being sworn. Hopefully not to testify tonight. You swear to tell the truth, don't do nothing but the truth, so you got. And let the record reflect they've all testified affirmatively.
Thank you, Mr. Mortel. Mr. Reed?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Tom Reitz for the record. Commissioners, this is the second reading for Stuart Ocean Townhomes. It is a rezoning to RPUD with master site plan consisting of 80 attached townhome units. Location on, as the attorney said, south side of Ocean, nestled in between Kingswood and the Point, ALF. So if you remember on May 26th, the commission approved the project at first reading for the Stuart Ocean RPUD with request to add a condition requiring the applicant to provide a preserved area management plan, or PAMP, that included maintenance of the pedestrian paths around the project's lake. Also, they asked that a new legal description be included that does not include the non-contiguous parcels A and B for the project. So condition 15 relating to the PAMP and easements, the preserve area easements for both on-site and off-site preserves shall be dedicated and recorded in the public records of Martin County, Florida prior to the first certificate of occupancy. The PAMP shall be consistent with Section 5 of the city's Land Development Code and submitted with the plat application. The PAMP shall include provisions for the perpetual maintenance of the preserves, and that, again, that includes both on-site and the off-site non-contiguous piece.
Mm-hmm.
With that, staff moves approval of ordinance 2435, 2020 at second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Reitz. Just to clarify, go back. So this the new legal description that does not include parcels A and B, and yet we are still maintaining A and B.
Only through the PAMP.
Only through the PAMP.
Only through the PAMP plan.
And staff is satisfied that that provides adequate protection.
I spoke with Mr. Raines about this, and just so you know, there's a couple of things. When they build the pond, the PAMP will absorb the preservation area, et cetera, on parcel B, I believe it is. The balance of parcel B is going to have to be dedicated to Kingswood because they have a couple parking spaces on it and their development is out of whack without it.
Right.
And then the other entire parcel has their development is insufficient on parking without that. So they will end up having to transfer it.
Right.
It's just that the condition we put in was that they would have to do it before any COs so we can get the exact measurement of what goes into the pond and what goes into the environment. Obviously, it's a minimum of what's approved in the PUD, but it could be excess of that. And then we delineate the balance to Kingswood, so it will resolve it.
Okay, I'm just thinking 50 years down the line when Kingswood
It'll actually
gets
finally fix
redeveloped.
the puzzle because
Okay.
right now it's a mess.
Mayor,
Yes, Commissioner.
staff approves it, and I've listened to the changes. I approve ordinance 2435-2020, Stuart Ocean.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion by Commissioner Bruner and a second by Commissioner Matheson. And speaking of our discussions with the county and our building height and everything, I'll just say for the record, even though it might be political suicide, when this applicant came forward to me originally, I said, why only 2 stories for an infill project on our, on our dense urban corridor? So I just want to let people know, and under no circumstances did we, or I can at least speak for myself, and I trust staff as well, did we ever say, because we have voting citizens next door, that we were going to shrink it down to 2 stories? I would have, I know I can't control this, I would have enjoyed this development to be a little bit taller than it would have actually matched Kingswood nearby. So anyway.
I read that also, Mayor. And I want to add, thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for staying so long and the patience that you had. We appreciate your, I do the project that you're going to build on East Ocean Boulevard.
It's going to be a nice project. Thank you. Is there any public comment before we call the vote?
If there are any commenters online, please click raise your hand. I see none, sir.
Seeing none, Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner?
Yes.
Commissioner Matheson?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Godspeed. Get us those townhomes. Number 13, minor amendment to the Avonlea PUD. This is a quasi-judicial item. Do the commissioners have any? Well, this is ordinance number 2438-2020. Do the commissioners have any ex parte communications to disclose? Commissioner Bruner?
Nothing new for me, and I'm here with an open mind.
I'm here with an open mind. Nothing.
I am here with an open mind. I've filled out Form 8B Memorandum of Voting Conflict, and I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have not spoken with staff or the applicant since first reading, and I'm here with an open mind. Mr. Mortel.
Ordinance number 2438-2020, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, approving a minor amendment to the new Avonlea Planned Unit Development PUD, thereby amending exhibit number 11 of the new Avonlea PUD entitled the Offsite Infrastructure Plan by HJA Design Studio, amending the condition number 25 accordingly, providing an effective date for other purposes.
Mr. Mayor, is there any change since first reading?
No, sir, no changes.
Do we need to open the hearing if there's no change?
There's a motion, you don't.
I'll make a motion to, on ordinance number 2438-2020.
Second.
I have a motion for approval by Commissioner Bruner and a second by the Vice Mayor Clark. Is there any public comment on this item?
I see none, sir.
Seeing none. Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner?
Yes.
Commissioner Matheson?
I abstain.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes. Motion carries motion carries with Commissioner Matheson abstaining. Item number 14, the TECO gas franchise agreement. This is ordinance number 2441-2020.
This too is a franchise agreement. It's an ordinance that has no changes since first reading.
I want to wake Dave Peters up.
Dave Peters is out in the hall, available for questions if
I
necessary.
will make a
He was
motion
away.
ordinance 2441-2020.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bruner and a second by Vice Mayor Clark. Before we take public comment or call the roll, I just wanted to say at first reading, I voted against this and I spoke to several residents that were confused by my statement, and I'm sorry that I wasn't more clear. I voted against this and I will vote against it again today, not because I have a problem with cooking with gas, but because let's talk about what we're actually talking about. This is laying gas pipelines in our city. So if we are at all serious about thinking about reducing our carbon footprint and developing a more energy efficient, less fossil fuel intensive way forward, it starts with stopping the further expansion of gas pipelines. Now, I had FPL run their fuel mix for me. Currently, as it is, natural gas is about 74 or 70 some odd % of their mix. So one could say, well, if FPL is burning natural gas to power your stove, then what's the difference? Well, in the future, as their solar expands and their renewables expand, it won't be fossil fuels. So I know I'm just probably arguing a losing battle, but this is something to think about. This is the way we address climate change by taking these small steps. So,
Mr. Mayor, I agree where you're coming from, but this is renewing a franchise agreement so that we can keep collecting our 6% premium.
if we vote against this, we could negotiate a different one. that where we could continue to collect on the existing lines. I'm just not in favor of opening up the expansion of new lines. And if we really have to talk about it, how do we get natural gas? It's through fracking. So if we don't like fracking and we voted against it and we don't want offshore drilling, this is what we're burning. So anyway.
Which number are we on? Thanks for
Number
sharing
14.
all that, but,
14.
okay.
Can I
Didn't I
ask-
just,
sorry.
no?
Yeah, there's a motion in a second.
Who made the second, if I may?
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Clark.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this item?
Seeing none, sir.
Go on.
Vice Mayor?
I like that idea, and I guess I should have known about the whole thing. So how does rain begin? Condensation and so on and so forth. Maybe since, I don't think we have, we do have a policy against fracking. We did talk about that.
Well, there's no
Yeah,
fracking in
It's not
Stuart.
going to be
I
fracking.
know, but I'm
Stuart.
saying in general, or environmentally. Maybe there should be some ways that Mr. Peters can come back to us and tell us some things when some things are going on, which probably will either be more of this or in the future, so that we can be more cognizant how the whole puzzle fits together. In times like these when we have to.
Yeah.
Because we know that we've had TCO continuing and I know you want to put a stop to this and.
I mean, I won't, hey, it is what it is. We all have a voice on this board. Ms. Kendall, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Matheson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
No. Motion carries 3-1. Mayor in opposition. Moving to item number 15, purchase of property commonly referred to as the Wells Building.
Yes, sir. As you know, we've been under contract with Stuart Medical Complex LLC for the purchase of 301 through, I believe it's 325 or 330 Ocean. We're at the point now where we have discovered that they will not be able to fulfill the full lease vacancy known as the lease contingency within the contract. However, we still have the right to provide in writing a waiver of that lease contingency and still close on the purchase of the building. Once that is established, we have, I believe it's for 60 or 90 days to establish our financing. Once we have made the notice that we are going to pursue the purchase. So this is a D&D item for you to discuss, and there are two options laid out for you in the recommendation section. One of which is do not complete the contract and withdraw from it, and the second one is to waive the lease contingency and close on the purchase of the property.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody like to jump in?
I would just like to move approve buying this property.
We got, yeah,
Yeah,
Is that option 2 or?
waive the lease contingency.
That would be option 2.
yes, sir.
Direction, and
Direction to buy this property.
I agree with you, Commissioner Bruner. I think our decisions on stuff like this are to be long-term and far out into the future. And, Wells Fargo is giving us some uncertainty, but, we'd have to take this step to figure out other options of moving forward. And I've had many discussions with city manager of different possibilities, but I think this is a good move.
I can hardly hear you.
He agrees. He thinks it's a good move.
I concur.
Thank you, sir.
I've spoken with Mr. Dias, and looked through the financials, the spreadsheet that Mr. Baglioli worked up, and I'm confident that we can and should pull this off. But I think as we move forward, we really need to firm up plans about what we're going to do with this city hall, because it's a critical piece of us continuing down this path.
I like the second part of it most, which is evaluate the redevelopment and manage the property Or when it would become a future
I
city hall.
believe we have a motion, but wait on a second.
I know we're all.
Did you want a
trying-
motion? You need a
It would be-
motion out
it would
of
be
this?
nice.
Yeah, that was the motion.
I have a motion for item option 2 with, by Commissioner Brunner. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Matheson.
Let me add to that, not to the motion, but to say, we've had a lot of rain, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen a lot of holes in what it's gonna cost to, down the road, we might have, just to fix this one. But, anyway, I'll let that go. We need, I just wish we could move in faster than what we're probably going to.
Do I have any public comment on this?
I see none online, sir.
Seeing none. Okay, we'll have a roll. Call the roll, please, Ms. Kindle.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner,
Yes.
Commissioner Matheson,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, motion carries unanimously, and with that, we are moving 16.
Very, very quick.
Yes, you
It's at the end, no one's here. I want to thank the city manager, Mr. Dias, our mayor, and Mr. Freeman. I watched the county commission meeting. And let me tell you, as a resident of the city, Sir Stuart, I was very hurt and mad. I wish I didn't have my nightgown on. I would have went right over to that meeting. Those commissioner from the south and the commissioner from the north, they seem to think their constituents were more important than we, the residents of the city of Stuart. And I want to just thank you because, boy, you guys had such class, and you showed class where. And then when Commissioner Smith made the comment that the apartment was only going to be for the workers in the city of Stuart. And it's probably the workers in Martin County are going to be the first ones here. But anyway, I just want to thank you as a citizen of the city of Stuart for doing what you did.
Thank you,
Great.
Ms. McBride. That means a lot.
I just want to
Appreciate it.
know, I just want you to know I zoomed in really close on you while you're making these statements.
You may or not.
I almost ran to Mr. Freeman's aid and said, you take that up with me.
Thanks, Helen. What a good ending for a long meeting. We needed that. Thank
Oh,
you,
that's-
ma'am.
Mike's taking us all out.
So this meeting is adjourned at 10:51. Thank
All right,
you.
number 6.